Good morning. Thank you very much, Broadcasting. I'd like to call the Interim Finance Committee's Subcommittee to advise on the expenditure of federal COVID-19 relief funding to order. And I would like to remind everybody the Zoom chat feature is only to be used for technical assistance with broadcasting. It is not to be used for any communication by members or presenters unless requesting technical assistance from broadcasting. If somebody uses that chat feature to share a message during the meeting, I will need to ensure that the message posted is read into the record of the meeting, and remind everybody the chat function is to be used exclusively to request technical assistance. Any links or information that the presenter would like to be shared during the presentation should be included in their slide deck or other meeting materials provided to the committee and must not be sent to members through the chat feature. I appreciate everybody being here this morning. We have a really big set of information, and I thank all the school districts for agreeing to be here. This is really important for us. So members, please remember to keep your cameras on during the meeting. And please, if you would like to ask questions, raise your hand or raise the hand chat feature. If I don't see you, don't hesitate to sort of call out. This is always a challenge, and we all know that. So with that, Mr. Thorley, will you please call the roll?
Senator Brooks.
Here.
Senator Cannizzaro.
Here.
Senator Severs-Ganser.
Here.
Assemblywoman Carlton.
I am here.
Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Assemblywoman Tulls.
Here.
Chair Dondera Loop.
Here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will go into agenda item B, and that's the first period of public comment on the agenda. There will be another public comment period at the end of today's meeting. Because of the considerations, each person offering public comment will be limited to no more than 2 minutes. To join the meeting and make public comment, please follow the instructions outlined on the agenda of today's meeting. Broadcasting, will you please open the public comment line and queue up the first caller? Thank you.
Chair, the public comment line is open and working. However, there are no callers to participate at this time.
Okay. If we could just wait 1 minute and make sure that we don't have anybody joining since we just started the meeting.
Of course. Chair, we still have no callers that have tried to join.
Thank you very much. Then we'll go to agenda item C, and that is the approval of minutes. The next agenda item is the approval of the minutes December 2nd, 2021 meeting of the IFC subcommittee. The minutes have been prepared by staff, and all members should have received a copy of the draft minutes. A copy of the draft minutes is also available online in the subcommittee's webpage. Does anybody have any suggested edits? And if not, I'll ask for a motion to approve those minutes from the December 2nd, 2021 meeting.
Chair, I make a motion that we approve those minutes.
Thank you very much, Senator Brooks. Do I hear a second?
This is Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, a second.
Thank you very much. And then I'll ask all those in favor just to raise their hand. And all those opposed? Seeing none, the minutes are approved, and we will go on to the presentations for the from the school districts and the LEAs. So before getting into the presentations from the school districts and the State Public Charter School Authority, you may wish to access the following information. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, various buckets of emergency relief funding have been provided to local education agencies in Nevada to address the impact that COVID-19 has had and continues to have had on our K-12 schools. The largest of these buckets is the Elementary and Secondary School Education Emergency Relief Fund, which we commonly call ESSER. That was created by the passage of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES. Since the passage of the CARES Act, 2 additional federal COVID-19 relief bills, the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act and the American Rescue Plan Act, have been adopted by Congress to provide additional ESSER funds to the states. Through the 3 rounds of ESSER funding, Nevada has received nearly $1.7 billion. Pursuant to federal rules, 90% of the ESSER funding received must be distributed directly to local education agencies. This represents nearly $1.5 billion in ESSER funds that have been presented to LEAs in Nevada. On the website for this subcommittee is a link to a table that breaks out how much LEAs have received through the 3 rounds of ESSER funding. I would like to note that the ESSER funding funds are allocated to LEAs in Nevada based on the proportion of Title I, Part A funds each LEA received in the most recent fiscal year. Since the Eureka County School District did not receive any Title I funding during the relevant fiscal year, the school district has not allocated any. The school district, therefore, was not allocated any ESSER funding. Today, we're going to hear presentations from 8 school districts, plus the State Public Charter School Authority, and the presentations will include information on how much LEA is spending its ESSER's funds, as well as COVID-19 emergency relief funding. I'm going to pass it over before we proceed with the presentations to Mr. Thorley to give us some additional information at this time. Mr. Thorley, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the website for the committee is a table that the chair referenced, and I will share my screen real quick just so you all can see the table that she referenced, if I can figure out how to do that. So this table shows how much each local education agency in Nevada, and again, the local education agencies are the 17 school districts plus the State Public Charter School Authority. It shows how much each LEA has been allocated in ESSER funds through the 3 rounds. Again, the first round of ESSER was created when the CARES Act was passed right at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic in March of 2020. That's when the first round came. The second round came in December of 2020 through the passage of the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, or CARISA. That's commonly referred to as ESSER 2. And then the third round, the most recent round, came through the passage of the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARP. That's referred to simultaneously as either ARP ESSER or ESSER 3. As the chair mentioned, the total amount allocated to local education agencies in Nevada through the 3 rounds is just under $1.5 billion. And again, that That represents approximately 90% of the total ESSER funding allocated to the state of Nevada. The total amount is on just under $1.7 billion. The remaining 10% is held back, and the Nevada Department of Education is engaged in various projects and providing and using that money for various things that have been brought forth to the full IFC several times for consideration and approval. Happy to answer any questions that any committee members might have on this table before I turn it back over to the chair.
Committee, are there any questions from any of you? If I don't see you, please feel free to speak up.
Yes, Madam Chair, could I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely, Assemblywoman, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. With these split screens, it's hard to tell what's going on. So, Mr. Thorley, remind me, so with the state public school charter authority, there are charter schools in every single county. So that 80 million reflects the entity, but it doesn't necessarily reflect the dollars in each county. Is that number available anywhere? And I'm not asking for it at this moment in time, but I think in the future it might be helpful to understand how that money's getting divided out and where it's going.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Carlton, for the question. You are correct. The $80 million does represent the total amount for the State Public Charter School Authority, which, as you noted, has schools in various counties. Ms. Rebecca Fiden, who's the Executive Director of the State Public Charter School Authority, will be presenting later on in the agenda, and I know does have some information about how that $80 million has been allocated, but I don't have in front of me an answer to that question. But certainly if Ms. Fiden doesn't, we'll work as staff to get you an answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Thorley and Ms. Fiden. If you're listening, that's something that we're going to want to know. So if you can find out, great. If not, the follow-up would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And are there any more questions? And once again, please feel free to reach out to me if I don't see your hand. Okay.
Chair, this is
Yes.
Senator Brooks. I'm sorry, my
Go ahead,
my
please.
hand raise
I'm
function
sorry.
isn't working. So this is ESSER only, and this is in addition to other federal funds that went directly to the school districts or from the state through the state to the school districts as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator Brooks. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal. The school districts have also received money through the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, also known as GEAR, and also other federal relief funding, such as the Coronavirus Relief Fund or CRF. So this table only reflects the amount of money received through ESSER funds, but there are additional funding sources that have been set aside and allocated to school districts, both local education agencies and state education agencies, to respond to the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on K-12 instruction.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And is there anyone else? Once again, please feel free to reach out or holler out. It's a little hard with the split screen to see everybody's face at once.
Yeah.
Okay, hearing none, we will go ahead and proceed with the presentations in the order listed on the agenda. And we're going to be hearing from the Clark County School District, Washoe County, Churchill County, Douglas County, Humboldt, Mineral County, White Pine, and then the State Charter School. Superintendent Ebert and Deputy Superintendent Dr. Jonathan Moore from Nevada Department of Ed will not be presenting, but are on the Zoom to answer any needed questions. And with that, we'll go to our first presentation, please.
Good morning, Chair Dondera Loop. Are you able to hear us? Okay.
We are, and we can see the first slide of your presentation.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Chair. Brad Keating for the record with the Clark County School District. With me, I have Kelly Ballard, our Chief Strategy Officer, and we are excited to be able to work with the subcommittee today and describe where we are currently in the process of our expenditures from the federal COVID-19 relief funding that's come in. So without further ado, we will get to some of the information and the numbers just to provide you a little background of how we will move forward today. We'll provide an overview to the committee on our ESSER 1 expenditures, our ESSER 2 expenditures, as well as our ESSER 3 spending priorities. And we'll also touch upon our community input process and the implementation of the ESSER 3 development plan, which we're incredibly excited about, as we received a very large number of community input as we created that plan together. Just quickly, before Kelly walks you through the full, a lot of the numbers here, I just wanted to give you a quick overview again. Wayne did a wonderful job walking you through it just a few seconds ago. But as we look at the Clark County School District, CCSD received $133 million in ESSER 1 funding, the CARES Act, and the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund. We have currently spent $84 million of that. As you know, those funds were focused on immediate pandemic response. When you look at ESSER 2, $353 million was allocated to the Clark County School District. That's the coronavirus response and relief supplemental appropriation. With those dollars, we have actually spent, and I apologize to the committee, I will make a change to this after the presentation, but the Clark County School District has spent $150 million, not the 82 that was in one of the line items, but $150 million of the $353 million has been allocated. And then the American Rescue Plan Act, Clark County School District received $777 million. And $0 up to this point have been allocated as we're just waiting for final approval moving forward to spend those dollars. So with that, I'll pass it to Kelly Ballard to walk through ESSER 1, 2, and 3.
Sure, thank you, Dr. Keating. You can see, and I'm sure like most of the districts on the call, our ESSER 1 spending priorities were allocated to assist us with immediate pandemic response. The biggest bulk of the money was the continuity of in-person learning and providing distance education connectivity, followed by physical COVID health mitigation. We also, the 1.9 million there is to our pass-through for charters and for private schools. And then finally, some social and emotional health support through those dollars. When we look at ESSER 2, we got a little bit more into, we're still the response to the pandemic, some relief. We started planning for some loss of learning with some of these funds. You can see we continued some social emotional wellness support, a little more direct cost to support for curriculum and instruction services. But then there's a lot of health support in here with our COVID testing and vaccine clinics and things like that. And then some support for continuing distance education through our Nevada Learning Academy. When we start talking about ESSER 3, I'm going to have Dr. Keating share with you the community input because of the breadth of that exercise the district undertook with some of our partners. But what you see here is really a breakdown of how we've organized our spending priorities in terms of our own strategic plan. So you can see the vast majority of the funds are directly in support of our student success strategies, followed by COVID-19 mitigation and continued response to pandemic impacts. There's still some learning related items in that category. And I'll let Dr. Keating talk about that. And Dr. Keating mentioned we're waiting on approval. That is something that the state has been working with us on. I think the ball's in our court at this point. So we're going back and forth, looking forward to getting ESSER 3 and the final ESSER 2 approval to move forward. But Dr. Keating, please continue.
So just wanted to walk the subcommittee through our ESSER 3 plan development, as I think it's very important for you all to know how much work not only the Clark County School District put in, but all the school districts that are speaking to you today. The Nevada Department of Education did an incredible job in receiving and getting the application approved by the federal government and the U.S. Department of Education so that we could move forward with our plan development. They did that, and once we received approval from the state and the federal government, it put all school districts on a 90-day clock to complete and submit their plan for approval to the Nevada Department of Education. So an incredibly truncated, quick process to be able to do so. I am extremely proud of being a member of this team here at the Clark County School District and what we were able to do during that 90-day process. We held community input conversations immediately with all of our, with a number of members across the board. We had over 2,200 participants engaged, over 75 community organizations that all came together to participate and talk about what was important to them as we spent these dollars, as we looked to allocate these dollars in some way, and to really listen to the community. Again, ESSER 3, it's important to note, was the only piece of the puzzle between ESSER 1, 2, and 3 that required community feedback, and we were proud to participate and receive the community's feedback on that. So after we had all of those conversations, the community input conversations, and received community feedback, we had over 13,000 responses to a survey that we put out. The Community Advisory Committee synthesized all of the input that was given to them. The Community Advisory Committee was made up of 3 community members from each Clark County School District region. They were selected with the goal of convening a representative cross-section of the diverse community and synthesize all of the community input to create and develop a list of common themes. So those common themes were created. There were 27 themes, topics and themes that were identified by the Community Advisory Committee. And at that point, we moved to the 3rd section here for budget development aligned to the input. So CCSD staff and cabinet looked through the themes that were identified by the CAC through the community input conversations. They also looked at COVID impact data. At that point, we had national data to review. We hadn't had the chance to receive the state data coming in. We had some interim data that we were able to review, but we tied those themes against what the data was showing us nationwide. And then after that plan was put together, we went back out to the community again and did and asked the community to provide additional survey and response. And we received over 13,000 responses there. And then the plan was submitted on September 10th to the Nevada Department of Education. The next slide I've kind of gone through today with the community input conversations and the community feedback survey. We're very proud of the site we developed, future.ccsd.net, where every document that we had aligned to this process is accessible and transparent and open for the public to view. We also appreciate the partners on the screen that helped us put this process together. We really wanted it to be a community process, and we didn't want it to be driven by the Clark County School District, so that we would receive more responses and community members would feel better about participating. So we worked with a number of organizations to help us do that. So really excited, and we are proud of the work that we did in engaging our community to make sure that our ESSER 3 plan really values and has listened to the input provided to us by the community. And now I'd like to pass it right back to Kelly to walk through some of the themes that we found for the ESSER 3 plan.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Keating. So I'm not going to read all these slides to you, but they're here for you to review in detail if you like. But we'll go through kind of quickly to give you an idea of the kinds of things that we have submitted to the state in our initial spending plan. And then briefly, I'll share with you some of the things that we anticipate including in a future amendment, because we continue to learn and we continue to get new information, and we continue to try new things and have new ideas about how we can help move our students forward after this pandemic and school closure. So I'll start with our student success spending priorities. Again, these are aligned to our strategic plan structures, just a way for us to organize our work and align them to the strategic objectives of our district. On the screen here, you can see we're going to invest in some literacy professional learning. We saw a significant decrease in ELA proficiency since before the pandemic. So some assistance there for our staff will be important. We have invested in Tier 1 instructional materials for math already. We anticipated purchasing Tier 1 instructional materials for English language arts and social emotional learning. However, the state approval of ELA materials didn't quite line up, so we're going to move forward with science first and put ELA after that. So science will be included in our amendment once we get to that point. We envisioned some summer career courses for students. This project is one that I think we might revisit because it's presenting some conflict with our other summer plans, and we don't want to impact our Tier 1 summer opportunities, but that's still kind of in the works. We're looking at paying for professional credentials to students so that we can reduce barriers to entry. We're looking at expanding, actually already implementing expanding pre-K to every CCSD school. We are using the ESSER $3 to support mental health services. This project in particular is a challenge because it was initially envisioned as an increase in the number of mental health professionals, which we're having trouble staffing. So we'll probably be re-envisioning this services or this project as well. We are also including some technology upgrades so that we can continue to deliver a one-to-one learning environment. Although we're starting to talk about mitigating the effects of the pandemic, we're still in it. And so it's still critical that all of our students have access to devices and content and internet and things like that. So that upgrade technology will continue to make that possible for all of our students. We have envisioned our community partners being able to do what they do best in supporting our students with wraparound services, and are anticipating investing some of our ESSER dollars with some of our community partners to support some of those activities. We have allocated about $23 million to elementary schools directly to address the pandemic learning loss at the individual school sites at elementary schools. The schools have already received those funds, and then because they continue to have their carryover, they can plan for the use of those funds throughout the end of the ESSER 3 funding window or spending window. And then finally, we're providing multiple options for all teachers to receive their ELL endorsement so that we can help ensure every teacher can support English language learners across the district. Our next category is priorities that support the development and recruitment and retention of teachers, principals, and staff. We're looking at continuing to build some teacher leadership pathways to give teachers some growth opportunities. We have multiple projects aligned to the Educator Pipeline. The one on the screen describes paraprofessionals. We're also looking at a pipeline for our current students, kind of grow our own. We're also looking at different strategies to try to bring in additional educators from out of state, recognizing that our state teachers, colleges graduate about 1/2 of the amount of students, as 1/2 of the number of students for the amount of teachers that we need to hire every single year. So we'll be continuing to work toward that, hopefully eventuality. And then finally, recognizing the need for Black and Latino male educators to represent their communities in our administrative ranks, looking at increasing our ability to provide a pipeline for those educators to grow into school administration roles and district administration, district leadership roles. The next category, balance, governance, and leadership. Initially, in our initial plan is to provide some support to revise our strategic plan, recognizing that our objectives are now all out the window with what situation we find ourselves in during the pandemic. So we'll need to do some refresh about where we need to make some commitments about student achievement and what's important to us at this time, and where our students are, and where we can realistically provide support and recommend and anticipate that our achievement numbers will go in the near future. Our next category is parent and community support.
Ms. Ballard, can you,
Yes, ma'am.
just 1 minute?
Sure.
Assemblywoman Carlton, I see that your hand is up. Are you waiting till the end to ask your question, or did you have a question at this juncture?
Whatever your preference is, Madam Chair. It was on one of the first couple of slides that we just did. So
All right,
whatever works.
Yeah, if it's not pressing, let's go ahead and go through this and then we'll come back. Thank you.
Yep. I'm just about 3 more slides, so we'll be through here in
Thank
just
you.
1 minute. Sure.
Thank you for the interruption.
No problem. So in parent community support, we're investing some of our ESSER $3 to provide digital literacy training to parents and caregivers so that we know that they can support students at home. Again, we're still in the pandemic. There are still opportunity or students are still having to participate in full-time distance education at home. Students are having to participate in distance education when on quarantine or isolation in those instances. And then finally, investing some dollars to increase the district's ability to provide transparency and accountability into our data so that our community can see what the impacts have been and how we are affecting change with the investment of these dollars. The last category is outside of our strategic plan because we didn't envision COVID-19 when we developed Focus 2024, but we are still providing support for responses specifically to COVID-19 in terms of health services, energy management, learning loss, professional learning over the summer, continuing operations. We have food service support for our summer programs. This is also where our charter school pass-through funding is. And then finally, our social and emotional services, including how we are monitoring and tracking social and emotional wellness for students across the district. So as we look at this was our initial timeline for development and implementation of ESSER 3. You can see we are in the timeline for transitioning from phase 1C to phase 2. Which is the from moving from beginning using to the use of federal funds to implementation status and plan refresh. These timelines are meddling together a little bit. Obviously, we're not through with the approval process for our initial plan, and already are anticipating some revisions. I spoke about some of those additional projects we've envisioned. I'm sure you have all heard of the retention bonuses that we intend to provide for our employees. Those we will also include in our next amendment. I talked about the science instructional materials. We're also looking at providing some translation and language services for families, additional leadership and professional learning opportunities, and then some investment to help us with the accountability, communication, and transparency of the ESSER 3 spend itself. Which I think will help this committee with exactly what you're trying to do. But on behalf of the entire community, we'd like to make sure that our community is aware of what we anticipate accomplishing, how we anticipate doing that, and whether or not we get there in the end. My belief is that the more our community is aware of and understanding of the reasons we're making our decisions, the better off we all are. And the more we know about what our community needs and expects, the better able we are to provide that. So I'm really excited, as Dr. Keating said, to be able to share that with you today, to be able to begin the work of sharing this information with our community, and of course would be happy to address any questions that the group might have.
Thank you very, very much. And we'll start with Assemblywoman Carlton.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. So going back to, might have even been the first slide. I do have a number of questions, but I'll only ask the one to start to open it up to other members. So the mental health professionals discussion has been an ongoing discussion for a very, very long time. So my curiosity is, what level of mental health professional are you looking for? Because we like everyone to practice at the top of their license. So what level are you thinking of starting at, and what is the range of professional that you're looking for?
My Kelly Ballard for the record. My understanding is that the bulk of this plan was to provide social workers at schools. However, like I said on this slide, we have been unable to provide social workers for a project that's funded with another set of funds. So this team has been asked to revisit their plan for this project and see if there's other ways that they can come up with to provide the outcomes that they're looking for in terms of mental health services without having to rely on the need to hire a whole bunch of professionals that we do not believe we have in the community to be hired.
And thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'll just put on the record that I've worked very closely with marriage and family therapists and other behavioral specialists that are at different levels. So we don't always have to go to that top rung of licensed clinical social worker or licensed social worker. Don't anybody tell Miss Medina's Thompson I just said that. But there are different levels that you can use. And depending upon the student, a lot of those can be covered under Medicaid. And the student might even be eligible for Medicaid or through Nevada Checkup. So I would suggest investigating that, because there are a lot of levels out there and you want to start at the appropriate level.
Do I see any additional hands of questions?
Madam Chair, this is Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Please go ahead. I see your hand now.
Thank you. I had a question. I saw on slide, I think it was 8, the community input process, and looking at the organizations that you partnered with. And then when you go to, I think it's 13, and your goals of what you're going to do with the funding, especially for the teachers, principals, and staff. And one of the goals were to have the pipeline into administration for Black and Latino male educators. My question is, looking at who you partnered with, those aren't organizations that are led by Black and Latino community members. Knowing you have a lack of Black educators in the classroom, what's your plan to recruit Black and Latino male educators, first of all, before you can even get them into a pipeline to be in administration? And then what are you actively doing to recruit new teachers? We have a shortage of teachers, an abundance of substitute teachers, and even a shortage of those. So could you kind of elaborate on how you're using this funding to help the teachers in the classroom so we can get the qualified teachers? And if we have to have substitutes, qualified substitutes.
So Brad Keating for the record, Clark County School District. To Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno's question, I'll start and I'll ask Kelly to tag team on the question. I just wanted to make sure, and I'll provide to the committee, we highlighted the organizations that helped facilitate Opportunity 180 and PEF, and those organizations that help facilitate the community process. I will provide to the committee the 75 community organizations that participated, including 100 Black Men of Las Vegas, the Latino administrators and superintendents, Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Administrators, Clark County Black Caucus, NAACP. I'll submit all of those so that you have them, so that you can see the cross-section of community that came together for the plan. And I'll ask Kelly to just touch upon what exactly we're looking at doing.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Keating. Kelly Ballard for the record. This particular project is, the scope includes partnering with national education organizations and universities and colleges to provide some pathways for career advancement. This particular project does not address the number or ratio of Black and Latino teachers. It is the teacher to administrator pipeline. would also include conducting some research for other large districts to develop a specific plan of action for each pipeline group. You know, the other side of the work is generally teacher recruitment and retention. You're right, it's a really big challenge. We had a meeting with our own board of trustees yesterday where we discussed some thinking about how we make the Clark County School District a really desirable organization to work for. We used to be able to recruit out of cold places because it was cheap to live here and warm. I don't think it's cheap enough to live here to bring people in as it used to be. And also there are teaching positions everywhere in the country. So people are not being required to move across the country. So our other work is going to be outside of the scope of this particular project, is going to include making sure that we couple our data about from staff who leave, employees who leave the district, and why they leave, but also embarking on some really robust campaigns with our existing staff about their working conditions and what is important to them. It's my thinking that in order for us to even begin to address this shortage we have, we're going to have to make some major changes. And we can no longer rely on our own history in the classroom because the current environment for teachers is very, very different. So we know that we need to hear directly from them what's important to them. What is it that makes them stay, makes them want to leave? What is it that would make their lives easier? What would make them feel more supported in instruction for students and things like that? And a lot of those things I think we can guess. But in terms of making big changes, we also need to understand what choices teachers as a whole or in groups would be willing to make in order to make their experience in the district better. So that is not an ESSER exclusive piece of work. Obviously, that's going to be an ongoing challenge for our district as we move forward. And it's still a little bit in early stages of concept, both in terms of execution and in terms of what that could mean for our district in terms of major change. But it's something that I'm really looking forward to seeing come through in the future.
Thank you. And I missed part of that because I just went away for a minute. Are there any additional questions? Okay. I don't see any hands. So if I've missed you, please holler out. I just have one question, Mr. Keating and Ms. Ballard. When you talk about student success, and if you already talked about this while I was trying to reconnect, let me know. But when you talk about student success and purchasing Tier 1 materials, there are many people on this committee who are not educators. So could you give us a little background on that and tell us what that means and what kind of things you're purchasing?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kelly Ballard for the record. We have recent research on large urban school districts that indicates that districts where there is a strong student-centered common Tier 1 instructional core, and that there is a strong focus on the instructional core, that relationship between teachers and students and the curriculum, that those districts are outperforming our district. Those districts are outperforming districts who do not have that strong central curriculum and all the supports that go with it. So what we are trying to implement is a strong curriculum in mathematics, English language arts and science, and also in social emotional learning, so that we can provide aligned professional learning so that everything we do and talk about is in support of that core curriculum and is in support of that instructional core. And the ESSER dollars will allow us to make those types of investments in a shorter timeline than we normally would be able to. Our schools in Clark County have the option to determine whether or not they participate. When we did the math adoption last year or the year before, whenever it was, I believe there were less than 3 to 5 schools whose principals chose to participate in a different curriculum. So the district is able to provide a well-rounded, broad and deep system of support for those curricular materials and for that content that's in support of the Nevada State content standards.
So I guess so with math, for example, elementary school math, I understand that maybe 5 principals might not come forward with that, but are we purchasing things district-wide and asking all schools to use that, or and are we making sure that the product or the material that we use in a school where there's more at-risk schools, more at-risk students, is a different product, or is it the same product that we use in a school who might have more students who have a increased background from those at-risk students?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Kelly Ballard for the record. By definition, the Tier 1 instructional materials are intended for all students. When there are different needs, teachers and school leaders will adopt or utilize a Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions for those students. We purchased centrally for all schools who chose to participate the instructional materials and aligned resources for the Tier 1 math curriculum. So that would include schools that are in more affluent neighborhoods and schools that are not. The belief is that you provide all students with curriculum and instruction that supports the content standards, and then with formative assessment going on daily in the classroom, that you would identify students who are in need of additional resources and interventions, and then the teachers can implement those in the classroom on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, and then an additional question, just to follow up on Assemblywoman Carlton and the mental health. What do we see in the future for the school district to move forward with that?
Madam Chair, Kelly Ballard for the record. We've got a few different avenues that we're looking at to support mental, social, emotional health for students. Those include, like I said before, our initial plan to increase or actually decrease the ratio of mental health professionals to students in our schools. That would include the social worker project we talked about earlier. That would include school counselors. I'll take the advice to look at different levels of mental health professionals as an alternative to those projects. Also, we have implemented a number of systems, both in terms of the work we do across schools and in tools that we use to do that work, to identify when a student is in need of support and to trigger an allocation of resources to those students immediately. It also allows us to track kind of how the need of our students changes over time. We also recognize that when school is out of session, our students still have needs. So we have in the past, over the pandemic, provided contact lines and support for students when school was out of session over winter break, for example, and things like that. So we continue to anticipate supporting the mental health of students that way. Also, the district has implemented a number of resources for mental health for staff and employees. We know that we've asked our employees to do things this year that they've never had to do before. We've turned their classrooms upside down. We've even changed how they have to report to work every day. We've implemented health safety precautions that impact their ability to report to work every day in some cases. And so we recognize that our staff has social emotional needs as well, and we've provided some resources over the pandemic for staff as well to get in touch with mental health providers, also financial advisors and assistants and things like that.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that explanation. You all know that I've sponsored mental health bills, and I think that this is just really important during this time. I would just request, I see Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Would you like to ask a question? Please go ahead.
I was just going along the same line. Thank you, Madam Chair. When we talk about mental health, we're coming up to summer break. What are we going to, is there any plans in place for summer school, helping our kids through the summer? We know how they were at home, what we're dealing with mental health. What are the plans for summer school with our kids, if there is one?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kelly Ballard for the record. Last year I know you asked for this year, and I'm starting with last year. It sounds silly, but I'll connect it, I promise. Last year, we implemented a number of summer programs. We had almost 72,000 kids in summer acceleration activities at schools, almost 14,000 in summer school. We provided transportation to most of those. We provided meals during those activities. And we anticipate doing the same thing this year. There will be multiple summer activities at all schools. Depending on, this was a very expensive prospect last year because we provided it at all schools regardless of how many students were participating. So we have a little bit more time to garner the interest from students and know what kind of demand we'll be seeking, so we could make some better informed decisions about efficiency this summer while still providing that opportunity to any student who wants to take advantage of it. My own kids participated in summer acceleration last year and were surprised to find that it wasn't playtime all day long, which made me happy. So we anticipate doing the same thing with a good balance of addressing some of the learning loss challenges while also keeping our kids connected to our schools, connected to each other, and connected to those adult relationships that are so important.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question, and thank you for the response. I think it's important for our kids as they're dealing with this pandemic, their mental health, but the summer program that you offered last year did benefit a number of kids, and it kept them on track, and for some, it even helped them excel as they got into the classroom this year. So thank you.
And thank you for that question, because that was going to be my next comment. I was going to ask for some further information about the summer school back on track bill that was passed and how that was going to move forward this coming summer session. I think it's important that we offer it to all students around the community. Those dollars are really put to good use. And I know, along with many others on here, not only did I know many children that attended, my own grandchildren attended, and it was very beneficial. So with that, I would, if I don't see any additional questions, I would request from you continued reporting and continually letting us know what's going on so that we have that accountability piece, because this is a lot of money. And so communicate, please, often and clearly, and don't hesitate to reach out. I also would request that if we hear another presentation, I'm hoping, as with the rest of the superintendents that are on today, I would hope that Superintendent Jara would find time to come and present to us, knowing full well that $1.2 billion is a lot of money and a lot of accountability, and we appreciate his leadership, but would also like to hear from him directly. So certainly appreciate Ms. Ballard and Dr. Keating being here with us today. If I don't see any additional questions and no additional hands up, we will thank you for your presentation, and we will move on to Washoe County School District. And we welcome Dr. Kristen McNeil and Lindsay Anderson. And Dr. McNeil, thank you so much for making time in your day and addressing how important this information is for us to hear directly from you as the superintendent. So please go ahead when you're ready.
Oh, absolutely. And good to see you, Chair Dondero Loop, and obviously good to see everyone from the Nevada Legislature's Interim Finance Committee Subcommittee to advise on the expenditure of our federal relief dollars. You know, these dollars have an important role in providing support for all of our students and our staff members. And so I hope to be able to present a robust presentation. And please, if you all have any questions at the end of our presentation, please do not hesitate to ask. As you mentioned, I do have Lindsay Anderson, our Director of Government Relations, who is going to assist me in moving the slides. And then I also have our Chief Accountability Officer, Mr. Joe Ernst. So if I need to phone a friend, both of them are there for me. So with that, Miss Lindsay. So today on our update for you all, we are going to go over how we are spending our ESSERs, $1, $2, and $3. We'll review some of the key data points. We would like to also review some of the major funding categories that we have invested these dollars in. We're going to show you a picture of our ESSERS website. As you all know, there was a lot of reporting, a lot of transparency around these dollars. And we have developed a very easy website. If you Google Washoe County School District and ESSERS, our website automatically will pop up. And then we'd like to spend a little bit of time with you on how we are evaluating and monitoring these dollars. I just wanted to very quickly remind the committee on statistics about our school district. We are the second largest school district, as you know, in the state of Nevada, roughly 13% of the state student population. We now, thankfully to WC1, we have 110 schools. Our FY general fund budget is approximately $541 million. It's the largest general fund budget in Washoe County that we manage. We have over 8,000 employees with our Washoe County family, and 4,500 of those are dedicated instructional staff. We are the largest employer in Washoe County. A little bit about how we are going to go through our ESSERS funds. Our ESSER dollars are built around our 2-year strategic plan for this school year, 21-22, and then 2022-2023. And within that strategic plan, we actually have several guiding principles that guide our work around the use of these dollars. And that's all decisions are based on doing no harm, ensure the basic needs of our students and families and our staff are being met, ensure equitable access for all of our students, maintain high academic expectations for all students, follow all federal, state, and local health-related guidelines. And our number one priority is to maintain in-person learning, because we know that that is where the power is on making sure that our students can come to schools that are safe and engaging. If you would, there we go. So for ESSERS 1, our funds were used to mitigate the most pressing needs of through the pandemic. While we know that every student has been affected by COVID, our data shows also that our children in transition, our homeless population, and high poverty students have been disproportionately impacted by COVID. With these dollars, we have been able to invest in personal protective equipment, hotspots for our families, more teachers in the classroom for social distancing, basic needs for our children in transition, and we are currently on track to spend down these funds. I would also like to point out that the Nevada Department of Education completed their first audit of our ESSER 1 funds, and we showed no findings. As we move into ESSERS 2, the Corona Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation of approximately $34 million, these funds are being used to mitigate and to begin the recovery for our students and staff. As you all know, the federal legislation focused on disproportionate students most affected by the pandemic. Our funding went to a robust summer school program, tutoring in all of our schools, technology needs, more staff to serve our most vulnerable student populations. And we also made an intense focus on accelerated learning and emotional supports for our students and staff. We do have, last year, we had a very robust summer school program. We served over 10,500 students. We were able to put together a very detailed report on our summer school programming, and we would be very happy to share that with you. We are going to be conducting summer school this year as well into this summer. Many of our schools are going to be going through some capital projects. And so we are going to be doing some different types of summer school programming so that we can maximize the use of not only our buildings, but also our limited transportation needs as we struggle to have bus drivers. But our summer school program is on track. We are getting a lot of input from our teachers who were boots on the ground last summer. We had summer school for 4 weeks, 3 days a week. And we provided nutrition services and transportation. So again, with our programming moving forward, we hope to have another robust summer school program. As we move into the American Rescue Plan of approximately $77 million for the school district, we focused on the safe return to school. As you all know, Washoe County was one of the largest urban school districts that maintained in-person learning. Last year, we had 5 days a week for our elementary schools, and we had our middle schools and our high schools on the hybrid model. This year, obviously, we have returned to full 5 days for our elementary, middle, and high schools. Again, we focused on personal protective equipment, hotspots, additional staffing within our schools, and basic needs for our children in transition. We were able to make choices for resources around learning recovery and student well-being, including social emotional support. We were also able to support professional learning for our teachers and maintenance with our heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. And we are currently on track to spend down those dollars. For our ESSERS 3, such as other school districts that you will be hearing from and our friends down in Clark County, we did a very robust effort in getting out to our community and making sure that our community was very much involved in the use of our ESSERS 3 dollars, which is a federal mandate with the use of these dollars. And what you see in front of you are actually the survey results. We had over 9,000 responses. And you will see that the number one request throughout was instructional support, as well as instructional support for our students, and then supports for our struggling students. Those were the top needs, as well as emotional supports and technology. Making sure that ESSERS 3 from the state as well, that we must consult with our community stakeholders every 6 months. And so the Nevada Department of Education requires our stakeholders include Department of Health and Human Services, Juvenile Justice, Special Education, Civil Rights, Equity and Diversity, and representatives from both of our tribes. Our groups include parents and teachers and students. We're very proud that we had students involved with the use of our ESSER dollars and community members from key organizations that work directly. And what you see in front of you is actually our community stakeholder panel. Our community group first met in June of 2021 and scored 41 different proposals. This feedback was then given to our ESSERS committee for consideration for the ESSER 3 funding. We recently met again with the stakeholder group and sought their input on the Washoe's 3 funding program for ESSER's 3 priorities. Feedback from both of these meetings demonstrated an overwhelming support for the initiatives we just reviewed and the programming we plan to continue with the final 1/3 of our ESSERS dollars. There are 6 categories that we have funding for ESSERS 3, and those include student learning, which we have allocated the majority of our dollars of $57.5 million, student well-being at $2.7 million, teacher support at $2.1 million, family support at $1.3 million, district support at $1.9 million, and other support at $4.8 million. These categories are all interconnected to help us serve the most disproportionate students affected by the pandemic and provide supports to our teachers and families. There is absolutely overlap between these dollars and these categories, and this will become clear as we go through the next few slides. For our student learning, which was the bulk of that funding, we have allocated again on community feedback as well as input from our students, staff, and families. Almost 75% of the $77 million is going directly on student learning to address learning recovery. We offer tutoring at 73 schools using our curriculum, as well as 26 of our other schools have the 21st century learning programs. We also have within each one of our schools a building learning facilitator, which work directly with students on their direct needs, depending on if they are in tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 instructions, as well as providing our teachers with needed professional learning if they so choose. We have also used these dollars to help with class size reduction in grades 1 through 3. And we have a unique program in the Washoe County School District where our middle and our high schools were actually able to design programs within their own schools that address their specific needs around learning loss and social emotional support. Examples of that include core teachers such as math and science, intervention teachers that can be used throughout the day, prep buyouts so that teachers are able to conduct intervention classes, tutoring before, after school, or even during the day, special education teachers to add additional support, and social emotional supports, including counselors and family graduation advocates and attendance officers to help with our students. We were also able to purchase textbooks. Our curriculum and instruction department continues to partner with the Nevada Department of Education. These are our next textbooks in line for adoption. The textbook adoption will obviously go through our normal procedures of review by staff and families, as well as our final approval by our Board of Trustees. The ESSER $3 will be able to finance these adoptions that we have been delayed due to budget reductions over the last years. So having these additional textbooks is a huge support for our schools. We were also able, through grades 6 through 8, offer online intervention programs. Again, summer school will be used with our ESSER $3, and as I mentioned, our Raleigh grants. For our student well-being bucket, we have been able to provide a school psychologist will help us lower the ratio of psychologists to students. As you all are very well aware, the need for school psychologists during these times is tremendous, and our school psychologists, along with our other mental health, to help support our students. We also have been able to invest in a substance abuse misuse prevention specialist who will provide evidence-based prevention and intervention programs and assist our teachers in connecting students with outside providers when those are needed. We have a very robust student voice program here within our district that we're very proud about. We have a student advocacy and a student advisory panel. Our student voice facilitator will work with our student voice coordinator to work with our groups of students across all of our districts to gain insights and feedback from our students. We also have contracted with our partner, the Children's Cabinet, to provide signs of suicide screening in every single one of our middle schools. I was just at a middle school the other day where our screening is being implemented, and then the living ideation in our high schools. Our teacher support for $2.1 million will include supports to teachers, which we know is absolutely paramount, as our teachers have been heroes through this entire time as they've been navigating our pandemic. This also includes some retention strategies as we try to minimize as best as possible the great resignation that is happening. We have been able to help out with our textbook adoption. Our curriculum and instruction trainers will be able to assist our teachers on providing that support that's going to be needed once we implement the textbooks. We've also been able to provide mental health first aid training for our teachers. This was one of the needs that we found out as we went through our community, that not only do we need to provide mental health supports for our students, but absolutely for our staff as well. We've been able to engage our teachers with professional learning communities around math and language arts. And these are ways where our teachers are able to collaborate across our schools, not only within their schools, but across our schools so that they can share best practices in grades 6 through 9. We've also been able to provide assistance in professional learning communities with our teachers so that they are able to provide support to one another around student data and really kind of dig into looking at their student data as well as the essential standards and making sure that their teaching is aligning to those standards. We were able to provide support through an equity and diversity trainer, which works in our equity diversity department to provide additional support for our teachers and families. And we are very proud of our scholarships to help with our pathway where we can grow our own aspiring special education teachers from just within our own school district. Our family support includes populations, again, that are most infected by the pandemic. Our children in transition liaisons provide direct support to our families who may be in shelters or actually it doubled up. And so our CIT liaisons provide direct support to our families. And importantly, our family graduation advocates and our Native American graduation advocates work directly with our students who may be off track in their high school pathway. And so they are able to meet with those families and counselors and help our students get back on track. And finally, our district support, we are able to infuse our ESSER's $3 to make sure that we have supports around mechanical technician for our HVAC systems, replacement of cleaning equipment throughout our school district, and then obviously support for our grants department to have staff to manage all of our federal COVID relief. And that includes those positions that are listed up there on the screen for you. Finally, other support, we've been able to provide support to our district-sponsored charter schools in the amount of $2.75 million. Other costs include indirect costs, which help support our human resources, payroll, IT, and business functions. And then finally, ESSER's 3 will cover some of the pandemic-related unemployment claims incurred during the summer of 2021. As I mentioned before, we want to make sure that all of the uses of our ESSER's dollars, starting with ESSER's 1 and on through ESSER's 2 and 3, are very transparent and very accessible to our entire community and across the state. Again, if you just Google WCSD ESSER, our website, washoeschools.net/ESSERS will pop up. It is in language that is very easy to understand, and it showcases all of our news stories as well, because we also want to highlight all the good things that our dollars are going towards within our school district. This website is updated on a very frequent basis. As with any grant, and especially with the largest infusion of federal dollars, our school district, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree that our school districts have ever seen, you need a very in-depth evaluation plan. And so we are going to be carrying forward with the hiring of a 0.5 full-time equivalent program evaluator, as well as a data analyst. Some of the in-depth evaluations are going to be around those points that you see. We are happy to announce that with this evaluation, we were able to show that we've had over 1,463 credits earned over summer school. Again, 1,463 credits earned over our summer school. We were also able to showcase our English language arts scores had an increase with our primary age students, and each of these speaks to the efforts to increase academic recovery with our students. We had over 6,000 students who are currently attending our tutoring programs throughout our school district. And as noted, these unprecedented investments to our education system and to ensure that we are absolutely good stewards of this funding and using it to produce the maximum positive effects on our students and our families. Our accountability office, with support from these 1.5 positions, will be supporting a comprehensive evaluation of our ESSER's funding with a focus on the 4 high impact, high leverage programmatic components that we have shared with you. Again, we are very proud of all of our efforts here. And For next steps for our monitoring, we will be able to implement our programming with our ESSER's $3. We will continue to review staffing over the next 2 years. We will continue to monitor the budget for salary and any types of other savings that we would be able to incorporate into budget revisions. And we will be sharing that not only with our board, but obviously within our public and our website. And we will be setting up regular data and check-in meetings with staff to evaluate what's working and what may not be working. It's critically important that we are able to pivot. I know that's a frequently used words during these times, but we must be able to pivot and use these dollars to make sure that we are getting to the needs of our district in the most timely fashion. And we will be checking in with our community stakeholders again in this May. So again, I thank you greatly for allowing us the opportunity to present to you today and supporting all of our efforts. And if I just had one ask of our committees and all of our stakeholders, is that we continue to work together to do whatever that we need to keep our schools open so that we can deploy all of our supports for our students and our families and our staff. So thank you once again. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, and we'll go right to Assemblywoman Toles.
Thank you so much, Chair. And with your permission, I have just a few questions, if I can ask of our superintendent.
Absolutely. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you as well. And thanks for that presentation. And thank you for all your hard work, especially to keep our schools open and really support our students and families and teachers. I know that that was not without great discussion and a lot of analysis. I'd like to just actually point to the all survey responses on that slide. And just as an observation, it's intriguing to me that across the board, whether it was employees or family or students or community, the lowest category of priority was the COVID mitigation. And I don't mean that to say that all of those groups did not care deeply about safety. I interpret that more that you've done a good job in ensuring that you have the mitigation strategies in place, and that by keeping that baseline for our students, our staff, families, to keep them safe, even while keeping them open, the other priorities rose to the top. And so I just, you're shaking your head. I don't know if you want to comment on that or add to that, but I just found that a very stark observation right off the bat.
No, I appreciate that very much. And you know, obviously this was during a time right before, you know, the Omicron variant hit. And so it would be interesting to note, you know, if there were any changes, but I can absolutely tell you, you know, even when I'm going out to schools today, it's the instructional support directly in our classrooms. The dollars need to hit directly into our classrooms. And so our district has, as well as other districts across the state, have done a tremendous effort on making sure that, first of all, we have PPE, that we have cleaning supplies, that our HVAC systems are up and running, but the constant reminders, the self-screening that we have on our websites, that our families and our staff do every single day. And I will share with you, you know, in the Washoe County School District, masks are mandatory. And our students and our staff have done a phenomenal job on making sure that they are in compliance with that, whether they are on the buses or in the classrooms. Every once in a while, we have to send out a reminder, but you know, it's for the best interest to keep everybody safe. And I appreciate the recognition of that, Assemblywoman Toles.
Thanks to everyone who's doing their part, from students to teachers. So I do have about 3 other quick categories of questions, and it's very clear across the board the social emotional support is critical, and student well-being support that came across loud and clear and has certainly resonated with everything that I've seen in the schools and conversations that I've had. Maybe we spent more money on it in ESSER 2 and ESSER 1, but since you only really broke down the money spent from ESSER 3, I can't help but notice that we've only invested 2.7 million out of the 77 million on student well-being. So could you help unpack that for us? Did we spend it out of another bucket? Because it's clear that it's such a top priority, and I just want to make sure we're getting those dollars to those supports.
No, absolutely. And we were able to invest, obviously with ESSERS 1, we were able to invest, and that was really like around the COVID mitigation efforts right off the bat with, like I said, the PP&E. And then also with our ESSERS 2 dollars, we did invest quite a bit around social emotional support. That included crisis counselors, our social workers, and then MTSS coaches as well. So we have spent quite a bit of funding around those supports. We obviously want to make sure that our counselors, our MTSS coaches are easily deployed so that when we do have a situation within our schools that we are able to provide that support. We have added MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support, as well as our social workers. And I can't stress enough the importance of our social workers, that they have been able to provide direct wraparound services. And that's where we're able to also find out whether a family is struggling with basic food needs. We know that a lot of our families are in crisis because of loss of jobs. So our social workers are able to get that support. And then also our counselors are able to provide additional support. We've also been able to look into telehealth, and some of our schools have been able to engage in telehealth use. We just did a presentation to our board the other day on telehealth and the importance of telehealth. And I would imagine that as we move forward with this, telehealth is going to be something that we're going to be engaging with throughout the recovery period.
Thank you for that. And I know that we haven't fully expended the rest of those ESSER 3 funds, so I would always be a strong advocate for seeing where we could maybe use what's left to continue to support, because I know that that's the number one thing I'm hearing from teachers and parents and students. And that leads me to the next point, just the prioritization slide, that I see that professional and learning and planning is in maybe the lower half of that. And I completely understand that when you're in crisis, when you're in survival mode, when you're in just trying to stabilize, that tends to take triage level prioritization. But I want to make sure that we still have it in the back of our mind that professional learning and planning piece makes its way back up, because I know that one of the reasons that we're having a difficult time with social workers, school psychologists is we have a workforce shortage, right? And we have that in every category, from school bus drivers to healthcare workers and so forth. And so I know that part of recovering from this is going to be years in the making, as we recover just across the board from the Great Resignation that we've noted, that we've seen all around. And so maybe just confirmation that just because that's bumped down on the list in triage mode, we haven't lost sight of the critical importance of putting that back up, not just for our students' sake, but for our future workforce sake.
No, absolutely. And
Superintendent, I'm sorry to interrupt, but just before you answer that question, would you please state your name for the record so that our secretaries that are listening can keep track of who's talking? Thank you.
Absolutely. That is something I always forget. My apologies. Dr. Krista McNeil, Superintendent of the Washoe County School District, for the record. Thank you very much for the question, Assemblywoman Tolles. So for our professional learning, and I absolutely understand the importance of professional learning. And, right now, as we are working to make sure that our classrooms are covered with our staff. So, we've had to deploy central services staff, and a lot of times those are the staff members that are providing that professional learning. However, we have in the Washoe County School District, we have early release Wednesdays where our staffs are involved with professional learning communities. we have engaged upon a 3-year initiative for professional learning communities to make sure that our teachers have the ability of time to make sure that they are looking at student data, that they are looking at essential standards. We've done a lot of work around alignment of essential standards and assessment throughout our school district. And as you know, we just this Monday on February 7th and again on April 18th, we were able to have approved, thankfully, from the Nevada Department of Education, 2 days where our teachers and our principals are going to be able to engage in time looking at their school support plans, but also working in their professional learning communities. And just having time as teachers, as you all know, one of the resounding things that we hear from our teachers is that they just need time. They have been working so hard for our students, and they need time to plan. They need time to work together. And so we are looking forward to these 2 additional days. But yes, professional learning is still of great importance.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, last question, if I may.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. And I also noticed in the ESSER 3 slides that one of the uses of that funding was towards sustaining safe operations, which included reducing class sizes for grades 1 through 3, being able to hire more teachers to reduce those class sizes. I am a big believer in that. One of the first things that motivated me to get involved with advocating and be here today on that issue. We always want to ask questions about sustainability when we use short-term funding bursts, right, with these limited grants. And I'm sure that your CFOs are projecting this out. This legislative body passed AB 495 to increase funding for education with a dedicated funding stream to the tune of about $300 million on an ongoing basis straight to our schools. Do we see that there's going to be a transition from when this grant period ends to then picking up with those new dedicated funding streams that we have in place, that we'll be able to have a smooth off ramp from this short-term funding to that long-term funding, so that we can keep those class sizes reduced and continue to keep those teachers and not have a cliff that we're falling off?
So I appreciate the question. Kristen McNeil, Superintendent for the Washoe County School District. And yes, I mean, obviously, we know of the funding cliff, and we are working very hard to make sure that we do have an off ramp. And so over the next 2 to 3 years, you know, we have mapped out, and then also our CFO is going to be presenting actually a 4-year budgetary plan as we spend down these ESSER's dollars. And part of that is the use of ESSER's dollars on a limited amount as we go through FY24 and into FY25, and how those dollars are going to be able to be spent. But we are looking at that across the board in all of the areas for ESSER's 1, 2, and 3, and how those dollars are going to be expended, so that cliff you know, will hopefully not be such a cliff. Part of the plan that we have in using part of our ESSER's $3 on a budget revision that we just presented to our board is actually the development as a leadership pathway. As you all know, many of our school districts, we are reaching the point where many of our employees are going to be reaching their 28th, 29th, and 30th year. And we want to make sure that we have a leadership pipeline in place within our school district. And so we are going to be engaging upon a leadership pathway where we are going to be able to invest these dollars to make sure that we have principals that are ready to take the helm. Because as you all know, one of the greatest indicators of student success is a leader in every single school, and in front a highly effective teacher in front of our students. And so we are going to be using some of these dollars to help with that leadership pathway. And then as attrition happens, those positions would then just be able to be picked up by the general fund as we move forward.
you so much for all your answers, and thank you, Chair, for the indulgence of all my questions, and thank you, Superintendent. This may be the last time that we get to interact in this type of forum, and I just want to recognize your unquestioned dedication to kids in our school district and your tireless personal sacrifices of energy, time, sleep to get us through. Thank you from the bottom of my heart as a mom of students and just professional to professional. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much. We truly appreciate all of your support, Assemblywoman Toles. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe I see Senator Gansert's hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had one question. And I too want to thank Superintendent McNeil. She's done an amazing job. And, as the work's just been so difficult across the state. So I appreciate the work that you've been doing. So my question is around summer school. My understanding was it was very difficult to get teachers because they were working so hard during the regular year to sign up for summer school. How do you think that's going, or have you started that process yet? And then how many students were you able to enroll last year, and what's your anticipation for this year?
Thank you so much. And for the record, Kristen McNeil, Superintendent of the Washoe County School District. And thank you so much, Assemblywoman Gansert. I'm sorry, Senator Gansert. My apologies. So we were actually able to enroll over 10,500 students for last summer school year. And as I said, we would be more than happy to share a very in-depth analysis of that. We have started to make plans for our summer school going into summer of 2022. We wanted to make sure that we were able to reach out to families, students, and staff and to get their input on what they would like to see. It's looking like we will still have the 3 days a week between 4 and 5 weeks of summer school. Last year, we really wanted to spend time on making summer school engaging. And if you remember back at that time, our emphasis was making sure that our families felt safe coming into the school building. So we spent a lot of time on developing programs around fun and making them engaging, but then also making sure that they hit the academic needs. And so this year, as we roll into the next year for summer school, we're taking a look at that data and seeing in which ways we're going to be able to tweak curriculum. I want to assure our students that are listening that yes, it will still be fun and engaging, but we are going to make sure that we have all of the academic needs for our students available as well too. And for teachers, one of the issues, you're absolutely right. Our teachers were absolutely exhausted. They're exhausted now. And so finding ways that we're going to be able to engage the hiring of teachers. And from what we were able to find out is that they really did like the 3 days because that gave them the Mondays and the Fridays to be able to have a longer weekend period. And so we're going to be able to keep that schedule at this point in time.
Thank you. Then as far as enrollment last summer, was it limited by the number of teachers that you had, or were you able to meet the needs of all the students?
We were actually able to meet the needs of all of our students. And I think Kristen McNeil, Superintendent for the Washoe County School District, for the record. I think one of the limiting factors that we're going to be seeing as we roll into this year, and I know I've stated this publicly, is going to be the needs around transportation. Our transportation, we are losing bus drivers, and we are hanging on by a thread in order to provide transportation. And so with that, we will most likely have to have regional hubs for summer school. I also mentioned earlier in the presentation, many of our schools are going to be doing some capital projects. So if there were a limiting factor, I would say transportation is probably going to be that. But we will do everything in our power to make sure that anyone that wants into summer school is going to be able to get there. I know I've set our team to have a goal of over 15,000 students enrolled in our summer school program for this year.
Thank you. Thank you again for your work and for your responses. I really appreciate everything that you and your colleagues have been doing for our kids.
Thank you so much, Senator Gansert.
Thank you very much. Are there additional questions from the committee? I don't see you. Please feel free to holler out. Okay, I don't see any more questions. Dr. McNeil, I want to also thank you very much for all your hard work. I've known you many, many years prior to this position as well, and always appreciate your professionalism and the fact that you show up, and I understand you are even subbing in classrooms. So kudos to you as we face this unsure time for our students. So thank you very much, and we will miss you, and don't hesitate to raise your hand and come back in some form. We're always looking for our best supporters. So thank you very much. With that, we will close Washoe County, and we will go to Dr. Summer Stevens with Churchill County. And Dr. Stevens, I would thank you as well for giving up your time today. I know how important it is when you're a superintendent to be on task, and so I appreciate you wading through presentations and being here. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you so very much, Chair Dondero Loop and committee. Good morning. Going to attempt to share my screen and get it right. So here we go. Awesome. Well, again, thank you to everyone on the committee. It's been actually really great to hear. We don't have a lot of time to spend sharing with each other necessarily, even in our superintendent's group and the Charter School Authority with only 18 of us. It has been great to hear the work of Clark County and Washoe County. And it was also great to hear those threads and those themes that we're seeing really do play into what we have as well, and probably most certainly will play into the work that follows. I just love those similarities, but you're also going to see the unique nuances that have occurred over the last couple of years from the different districts. You hear all the time, right, that all of the districts, there may be similarities, but they're all unique to their location and context. So hopefully I'll be able to share with you just a bit about Churchill and how we have approached the last 23 months of time. I also wanted to spend my time continuing to reiterate, I think, what you also heard from Dr. Keating and from Dr. McNeil around our public engagement for this work, which is so very important. And I am certain that as you hear what we've been spending these federal funds on that have come out to districts, as you all consider the funding forward and what is needed, you'll see the kinds of things that we're needing, too, from the state level. So I wanted to share first the strategic themes that our district uses and our theory of action that we use. What I would say is when I started in the district 3.5 years ago, our school district didn't actually even have a strategic plan of any sort. And so we were able to engage our community at that time, well before we even knew what COVID-19 was going to be, in the work that was needed to help us take our district forward. And we have continued to use those ideas throughout the pandemic because ultimately, what we identified in the fall and winter of 2018 really still applies. And so I wanted to share with you the idea around, how we're looking at things. The Churchill County School District Strategic Plan really is looking at 3 areas. It's about implementing opportunities to develop life-ready learners. It's about developing the whole child through intentional opportunities that lead them to be engaged citizens. And then it's increasing our communication to increase support from our community. And so with that, what we do have is a theory of action that drives everything that we were doing before, but it actually drives everything we're doing right now because it all applies. So I certainly do not want to minimize the really tragic and emotional effects of the pandemic. I would say, however, that we have tried to take the approach in our district that we know there are additional supports needed, but that what we were striving for is still within what I call our destination postcard. That is still where we're trying to go. And we did not want to derail the work because, again, it really was all about the things that we needed to implement anyway. So we, again, focus on life readiness, developing the whole person, those partnerships, and then also professional growth. I'm going to switch real quickly now to some other elements. So as we think about the work that has happened, we engaged a team of county and city leaders, as well as district teachers, folks from our associations, administrators, and others when we got the call that school is going to close down. We really began to confront the reality of what learning may look like moving forward during unprecedented times and times that we didn't even know what they would look like. So we gathered regularly to discuss what was needed, what model might work for the 2021 school year, which was last year, how we would feed and transport students, and how we would deal with staffing concerns. Those are always considerations, but we were met with really the unique challenge of uncertainty. So when we think about our ESSER 1 funds and the CARES funds, we used almost all of those funds to directly stand up our hybrid blended learning model that we used in Churchill County School District last year. And we allocated a lot of our funds to support bus drivers, because our model, for those of you not familiar, we had school every day in Churchill County School District last year, but we actually had two groups of students coming. We had a morning session and an afternoon session. So we actually ran bus routes twice. We infused additional money into summer school for last summer, where we saw our highest level of participation, almost 400 students, and highest level since I've been in the district, where funds paid for additional support staff, while we also braided funds with other title programs to connect with students and families. We also, the question came up in the last couple of presentations, we actually increased our salary for summer school to engage teaching staff and support staff, especially at a time when they were somewhat at their lowest in terms of stress and strain and energy. And so that's something potentially that we're not going to be able to sustain, but it was effective, and that will continue on as well. We used funds to ensure that our families, although we're already a one-to-one school district, that our families had internet connectivity for those who could not afford or secure it. We actually paid teaching staff to work prep periods in positions where we could not find staffing last school year. We secured PPE and cleaning products, air filtration, et cetera. So those are just a few of the things that we did with ESSER 1 funds. So then as we move forward and considered our upcoming budget for this school year that we're in right now, in the era of the new funding formula, we actually moved from hold harmless to not hold harmless, and there was some uncertainty over the exact amount of funds that we would receive. So coupling that with the ESSER 2 and the ESSER 3 funding, we knew that we may have to ensure that if we tap some of the federal funds to cover what we might not be able to do in the actual state funds in the general fund. So we have a newer budgeting process. It actually probably is similar to what Washoe County school districts might be. We have a new process and policy and procedures that we've put in place in the district that relies heavily on our ability to address the strategic themes of the district, focusing first and foremost on our learners and not letting adult priorities get in the way of that. And so we engage a group called a Budget Advisory Committee. So last year, we engaged them in conversations about the spending of general fund, as well as ESSER 2 dollars, ESSER 3 dollars. And then we also collected, and I have some of those ideas here, then we also went on to collect ideas from families and from staff around these very same things. And we actually also held a town hall in that work as we developed our budgets for ESSER 2, for ESSER 3, and our general fund budget. Our committee did give input to all of these budgets for ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 specifically. And at your leisure, you could look through some of the comments that really do coalesce around the key themes that were identified in our work. And so those range from implementing our learner-centered framework, which is really what drives us forward in our initial strategic one area that is all about helping us move towards building a competency-based system here in Churchill County. It also included work for MTSS and PBIS teams, data teams, identifying interventions, and continued work to support district-wide movement forward that also does include training and staff support. Also, increased math support was identified. Restoring classroom teachers to higher levels for smaller class size. One of the benefits that we actually saw of our last year's model, which I think was difficult to sustain, so we didn't really consider it becoming the new norm in Churchill. We actually, with those partial days, our class sizes in elementary and middle and high school ranged from 8 to 12 students. And that was actually ideal. Staff was extremely happy, kids were extremely happy. And in that model, we actually saw a lot of reduced stress and emotional strain while at school because of the direct relationships that could be built. And that was really our focus last school year. So just keep that as a note as we think about funding for the future, is that we absolutely have to be able to reduce class sizes. We actually were able to see that people wanted to maintain our reading interventionists. When Read by 3 funding changed, we had to look to other funding sources to be able to support that work. And so in this instance, that was seen as a high priority, continuing mental health supports and making sure that we could increase and or at least maintain what we were able to reinstitute. Our district over the course of years has had a lot of financial struggles, and there had been significant cuts in the school counseling department. We had never actually had the safe school professionals. And so that was already work that had started to reinstate some of that or obtain safe school professionals. And so you'll see here in just a minute how that has continued. So I just wanted you to get a sense that we're really interested in engaging our community along with our budget advisory group. Our associations, as I said, are representing teachers, administrators, and support staff. We also have financial consultants from our community. We have other community-based folks engaged. We have members of our tribe, the Paiute Shoshone tribe here in Fallon that are part of that committee, as well as representatives of the Naval Air Station Fallon, so that we're really encapsulating all of the folks that do live in our community. Then we actually sent these priorities out to our families, to our staff for engagement. Again, the goal around in a small district, you know, you're hearing about all of the work that happens in those larger places. Unfortunately, in smaller districts, as you'll hear, just like Kristen's out subbing, I actually teach a class every day at our high school, and as does someone else on our call that's coming up. And we're the ones that are actually typing in e-page all of these things in many of the rules. So I think it's important to understand that as well. So they gave us input on the stimulus funds as well as our regular budget. I do want to talk about then how, before we talk about ESSER 3, how we've spent ESSER 2. In our district, because our intent and knowing our current financial situation with our general fund, we don't have much carryover in our district. And we knew that we needed to sustain these federal funds as long as possible, while also providing the resources needed. And so through our work, we were able to ascertain that we could really use ESSER 2 funds during this school year, and then work to sustain and use the ARP ESSER 3 funds during the next 2 fiscal years. So with ESSER 2, I just want to talk about some of the spending that we've done. We, of course, have set aside additional funds to keep the more robust summer school period. We actually have the 3 days a week plus transportation, food service in 2 4 to 5 week sessions over the summer, and we can expect to continue to include that. We have worked to set aside additional support for counselors and safe school professionals. We actually, our district, prior to me coming through the financial concerns, had cut elementary PE, art, and music. So those had not been in the district for a number of years. And we desperately wanted to provide that back as part of our whole child work. And so we were able to institute some of that. We have elementary PE at all 3 of our elementaries. And for those not familiar, Churchill County School District has a K1 building, a 2-3 building, and a 4-5 building. We also have art and music that take place for a semester worth of time at the upper 2 elementaries. And we'll look to ESSER 3 to hopefully increase that as well. We also know that part of whole child development and life ready learners is the development of our current technical education programs. And due to our hybrid model that we used, we actually lost state funding for CTE that's allocated out because of the way that we chose to set up our model last year. And so some of our students were not able to be in CTE, or they weren't able to work it out in both of our semesters. So we lost half of our state allocated funding in CTE. So we're using our ESSER 2 funds this year to continue to build our 19 programs that we offer in person in Churchill County School District, which I think is significant to recognize. And we support kids that want to be in a program other than what we offer. So we're using funds for that. In addition, we use the funds for additional PPE, cleaning equipment, air filtration, being able to sustain our custodial staff that we actually struggled to financially support with our general fund. A big one that we ended up not being able to actually live out, so the budget has changed since then, is also what Dr. McNeil talked about with class size reduction. We actually allocated funds out for ESSER 2 to try to reduce our class size at elementary. We typically have a difficult time meeting that particular number that we're supposed to meet, and we could not staff it, as well as some open core positions in high school in English and math that we were not able to staff originally. So that's a concern that we have, that these funds do exist right now in ESSER, but that we actually can't find the bodies. So that's going to be an ongoing piece for us. We also provided a retention and stipend to honor our staff who made it through the first few months of the challenging situation from the spring of 2020. We also provided a new hire stipend and stipend to retain our substitutes. We used the funds in ESSER 2 to increase our substitute pay due to the fact that we still had staffing continue to be out, which is absolutely their right. And with the added stress, we expected it, but we were not able to find substitutes in any of our areas, teaching, support staff, et cetera. So we did use funds to increase that allocation during this school year. We had spent time for extra days. We hired students as student tutors, may actually reach out into some other areas to hire students, possibly for custodial. We did use the funds so that we could support our additional counselors and safe school professionals. We actually employ tier 1 through tier 3 people in those areas. I know some districts are able to staff that with more tier 3 folks, but we are not able to secure that. Continued internet connectivity. Ways to have our support staff be able to engage with families and community partners are ways that we've spent that. Really looking forward, we actually have math coaching happening. Math is a struggle area for our district, so we spent funds there. You're going to basically just see, when you look at ESSER 3 funds, really spending it on exactly those same things, with the caveat that as we go back out and consider our budgeting for next school year, we will be reopening conversations with our community partners, with families, with students, and with existing staff over our needs, and to learn if these in fact have changed at all. And I will be one of those people who has not spent any ESSER 3 funds, and my grant application is not fully finished as well, because I had to keep my attention around the work that we're doing right now. And now we're getting into the spring, where I will get back in there and decide if we need to reallocate those funds and take on those additional funds that the state will provide, that the state funds, or the state process will allow us access to the remainder of those federal funds once we are able to, I guess, re-articulate if these are still the right places to put our funds, or if we need to make any strategic shifts. So that was pretty quick and dirty, but proud of our process. Proud to say that our graduation rate increased last year. I know that's not the case necessarily for everyone around the state or the country, but we were able to put funds in places that we do believe helped. We're going to want to maintain that. And as Dr. McNeil did indicate, as some questions were posed, we know we have to find ways to sustain that long term. We want to get the right supports into the hands of staff and at the feet of students. and families. And so we'll look for those continued conversations that happen statewide and legislatively about how we keep this funding available to school districts as we move forward. So with that, I will hopefully stop sharing my screen and would entertain any questions from the group, or definitely can turn it over to other rules.
Any additional questions from the committee? Senator Severs-Gansert, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you for the details that you've provided. You know, in looking through this, it looks like you've got quite a bit of intervention, like one-on-one intervention for math and for reading, and you're also leveraging partnerships like the military partnership in education. And you also hired, it sounds like, some students to do things. And so we didn't get this much detail from other districts, but I want to compliment you on that, because I know it's so tough to get a workforce. And when you use those partnerships, it's really critical. And I also know students, their learning benefits so greatly from some of that one-on-one intervention when you can do that and you don't initially have the staff. So those partnerships and also hiring students to help students is a great idea. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Gansert.
Thank you very much. Additional questions, holler out if I don't see you. So I just want to thank you, Dr. Stevens, as well, for the detail and the things. I realize that sometimes smaller can be better because you have your nuts and bolts right in front of you. And I appreciate you also being out in the classrooms. I also want to tell you that I appreciate you sharing that you found these presentations beneficial. That was one of my thoughts when I asked the superintendents to present, because I know that we always don't hear exactly what others are doing, even in a state like we have with a small amount of school districts. So I appreciate your time, your expertise, and I know that you two have been a wonderful partner. So thank you very much. And we look forward to hearing from you again. And I appreciate you being here today. And with that, unless we have any questions from anyone, we will jump over to Douglas County. And Mr. Lewis, please go ahead when you're ready.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Dondero Loop. And I concur. It's been a learning experience this morning, just listening and hearing others' ideas. It certainly is beneficial. And I think I want to start off with, obviously, this is a very flexible situation. When we look at that, we will have the ability to spend this out through 2024-25. Certainly, we're going to continue to evaluate our plan moving forward as we learn more and our needs change over the course of that. So I would like to, I'll share my screen here. Hopefully you all can see that. It would probably help.
We can.
So can you see my screen? Okay, perfect. So I am Keith Lewis, superintendent. This is my second year as superintendent of Douglas County. So I have only known COVID and how to lead in this time and day. And it certainly has been interesting. Certainly our approach that we took as a district was trying to prevent that funding cliff that ultimately occurs when you receive grant funding, and really trying to allocate our funding into long-term solutions. And Summer had alluded to competency-based education, and Douglas County had just started the process of Modern Teacher, which is initiative here in Douglas County and 4 other counties across the state of Nevada, where we're really looking at how we modernize our instruction, really look into a student centered learning culture, and eventually, obviously, competency-based education. And so we had kind of started that work, which I think helped us as we had to transition at the onset of COVID learning, or COVID, not COVID learning, although that might be a good term for this. Anyway, so really, as we went down the road, our priorities and our foundation of all of our ESSER spending was based on epic learning. And I use the term Modern Teacher. That's That's the initiative, and we branded it here in Douglas County as Epic Learning, which is to empower, prepare, inspire, and connect with our students. And so a lot of what we've done are to support that moving forward. And we really felt like the best bang for our buck was to ensure that we were improving instruction in the classroom, because once the funds goes away, you still have improved that instruction that lasts the time. And so that's been a priority of ours. And obviously looking at our multi-tiered systems of support, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Gathering stakeholder input has been a valuable part of this process, and will continue to do so. We will evaluate every 6 months, and we're keeping our board obviously apprised. And we also have employee group meetings here in Douglas County, in which we're monthly face-to-face with all of our employee groups, and are communicating those needs. And as I said, I can't express enough that the fact that this will evolve over time. Our needs today may not be our needs a year from now, and having the ability to adapt and make adjustments in the plan, we believe we have the flexibility to do that. So in terms of allocations from our ESSER 1, the initial CARES Act, we received $530,000. We received just over 1.8 million as part of ESSER 2, and in ESSER 3, 4.1 million, a little bit over that. So looking at a total allocation here in Douglas County of about $6.5 million for those three funding sources. I've broken it down maybe in too much detail than you really want, but obviously with the CARES Act, it really was just putting that infrastructure in place, getting the PPE in place that most of us didn't have. We took on, obviously we knew that we needed an online option for our families. You know, if you go back to March of 2020, there was a significant fear. What we didn't anticipate was that we would have almost 900 families move to online learning. We truly thought we might be around the 200 range. And so obviously 900 was significantly more than we had planned for. But we opened Douglas, Nevada online. We got through the hiccups that were initially in place, and we went with the curriculum Edgenuity, which is used across the state. We invested a lot in technology, and I'm very proud in Douglas County as a rural district that every one of our students has a device in hand at home. We were able to invest in hotspots for those families who live a little bit more rural and were having trouble accessing the internet. And then we've also invested in Wi-Fi on some of our buses, for especially those longer routes that we have. So we've really built the educational technology infrastructure here in Douglas County. And again, like I said, we have been able to pivot very quickly in those situations. And in addition to COVID, we've had quite a bit of smoke here in the fall over the last 2 years that a lot of what we have put in place for COVID has benefited us in those situations as well. We also provided every teacher in Douglas County with a Chromebook, a high-powered Chromebook, so they are able to provide distance learning in the hybrid model when we were there, or should we ever have to pivot in that direction again. And we talked about cleaning supplies. We invested quite a bit in that with sprayers for our classrooms. We invested a lot in a product called BioProtect, which is a 90-day surface, kills the COVID virus on contact. And again, I think our numbers in our schools have, that's one of many mitigation efforts that I think have proved beneficial. I'm awfully proud that we have been full in-person learning since March 9th of 2021. And for the entire 2021 school year, we were in person, at least in a hybrid model at our secondary, but our elementary students have been in person for the last 2 years, 5 days a week. So we're happy about that we've been able to maintain that. And that's obviously had a positive impact on education in Douglas County. And then moving on to ESSER 2. And again, a lot of what we have built in is we've built in not just a one year. And so our funding has been built in for a lot of positions to ensure that we have those through the duration of this. And then obviously at that point, we have to make a decision whether those get taken into our general fund or what we do with some of these positions. One of the issues that, obviously we know that the pandemic has certainly had a significant impact on credit recovery. We know that a lot of kids disengaged from their learning when the pandemic started. And so as others have talked about, we served over our numbers. We served 285 students in our summer school program. Through that, we recovered 231 credits. That may not seem like a lot, but for a school district of 5,200 students, it was actually one of our best summers in terms of credit recovery. 41% of those students were enrolled in math, and 37% were enrolled in English language arts. So one of the things that we're doing is we're investing in a graduation support coordinator across the district. And some of the issues that we've had is students coming out of the middle school on academic probation. So they're short a few credits, and so they come to the high school already behind. And so we're going to invest in a coordinator that will work through our secondary system to not only track kids, to make sure that we're communicating with families, and to work with our community to identify intervention and support. We have a lot of people in our community that we don't often tap into. And so not only will that position work with our students, but they will also work with our community. So for an example, we have a big GE firm here, and for years, they have brought people into the schools to serve as math tutors. And so developing some of those relationships, again, and providing those supports. Again, when I've talked about Epic Learning. We've invested in instructional coaches. We have 5 this year. Our intent is to hire another 5 and have 10 through the next 2 years. They work directly with teachers in the classroom to support the implementation of Epic Learning and a modernizing and student-centered learning environment. And that has been very beneficial. The early returns on that has been very positive from our staff. I am in the unique position of, I think Summer just alluded to how many of their teachers are at the end of their careers. My executive staff, I'm losing 3 this year to retirement. And so we invested for the continuity and transition. We hired an assistant director to come in and be able to learn, especially in our education services department, to be able to learn and be ready to transition. And so that has been very beneficial for us, so that we don't have all that institutional knowledge walking out on June 30th and bringing someone in brand new trying to learn that. So that's been good. Again, we have invested in Edgenuity for multiple years. We've purchased panels for our classrooms to ensure that we have the technology needed within our classrooms. We're addressing school facility repairs and improvements, again, working through HVAC, and we've purchased air scrubbers across the district, which takes in the air, cleans it. And again, that'll be beneficial not only for COVID, but as we see more and more fire activity here in the Tahoe Basin in what we're living in. We've purchased protective window film, security. So we've taken used some of this money for security advancement. Protective window film, if you're not familiar with that, it's a film that goes on the exterior of our windows. If someone were, heaven forbid, to shoot out a window to gain access to our school, the glass would not break out. So it's a protective measure for our students and staff. We've invested in social, emotional, and mental health services, as everyone's alluded to. We are struggling to find people to fill the personnel that we have added to this grant. Social workers are in that, although we currently have 3 working across our district, but we're trying to add 2 additional, and we're making some changes in the pay rate on those 2. When we initially hired them, they were grant funded, and so we were somewhat limited in what we've paid, and are making salary increases in that area to be more to attract social workers to our district. Again, we cleaning supplies. We've purchased lunch tables for our elementary schools to be able to distance students a little bit more than we have been able to do. And so just again, looking at ESSER 3, a lot of ESSER 3 is we're just building out some continuity so that, you know, each one of these funding sources isn't completely different things. And so that's kind of a very quick, I know I talked very fast, but I know you're hearing lots of presentations today. So I am available for any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. I, once again, cannot tell you how much I appreciate your time and expertise and what you're doing for our students in Nevada. Do I have any questions from the committee? I know as we go through these, some of the questions are the same as we get to certain school districts, but each school district has its own nuance. If I don't see any questions, one of the things I wanted to clarify, you have about 6,000 students and you only had 230 that actually ended up going to summer school. Are those numbers right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then will you be sort of promoting that in a different level so that you could capture more students to come back in to that setting?
Yeah, and I think that, you know, some of that speaks to that a lot of our kids are not credit deficient. So, you know, so they're, even though you have 6,000 students, the need isn't for 6,000. And so that is a typical, Chair Dondero Loop, that's a pretty typical summer school enrollment for us. And we certainly obviously will plan that. As I think others have alluded, we're already finding struggles in getting teachers to, that want to teach summer school. The fatigue is real across all of our districts. It doesn't matter where we are. And people are looking more and more forward to some time off in the summer. So we'll continue to seek that staff and be able to provide summer school in some capacity when we determine what those staffing needs are, or availability, I should say.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions from the committee? I appreciate your time today. Once again, I know how busy a superintendent is on any level, so I appreciate you being here. It's important that we hear from you. So with that, we will go on to Humboldt and Dr. Jensen. Are you here? It's good to see you, and go ahead when you're ready.
Good to see you too, Chair Dondero Loop. For the record, my name is Dr. David Jensen, Superintendent for Humboldt County School District. Thank you for the opportunity to visit with you and to share the work that we're doing here in Humboldt. I too need to echo what both Summer and Keith have shared in regards to the benefit of hearing what the other districts are doing. Our superintendent's meetings are pretty compressed and we haven't had time to delve into the depth that this conversation is providing. So it's giving me some ideas and some suggestions. I do have a couple of handouts. I believe those have been shared with you. I will share my screen here in just a moment as we get into the ARP or ESSER 3 discussion. But very quickly, before I move on, I reflect on the opening dialogue that occurred, and Senator Brooks, I believe, asked a question in regards to total funding. And just to share, when you saw on that list, Humboldt under 1, 2, and 3 or ARP had 6,019,458. But when you combine that with all of the ESSER stimulus money that has come to Humboldt, our total is actually $9,118,058.16. It's a significant amount of money that's making a profound impact on our district, and becomes one of the challenge that I just bring to the table. I believe we're going to have to discuss as we move forward. This money has given us some unique opportunities for intervention and supports to reach out to our students that had COVID learning loss and to also prepare us for the future. One of the areas that I'm concerned about is sustainability. And so that's one thing that I know that my comrades also feel is that we're going to have to visit about how do we sustain these valuable programs and interventions that are made possible due to these stimulus dollars. So with that, Let me touch very briefly on ESSER 1 and 2, and certainly I encourage any questions as we conclude today's presentation. ESSER 1, Humboldt received $347,289. Just so the committee is aware, we have spent 99.9% of that. We have about $300 that's not expended out of that $347,000. This money was essential for us as we prepared for the opening of the 2021 school year. So we spend a significant amount of money on PPE, masks, gloves, face masks, the other issues that we needed to have present for our students, spray machines so that we could disinfect classrooms, other types of supplies to wipe down high touch areas and desks. In addition to that, we purchased a number of hotspots. In a rural community, connectivity is a significant issue and barrier to us meeting the needs of some of our most at-risk students. As an example, for those that may not be available or aware, Denayo Elementary School that serves a population of 8 students is located 100 miles from where I sit right now. There is no internet connectivity out there in some of those remote rural locations. So we've had to get very creative in how we do that. And primarily we're able to meet about 95% of our students' needs. So that required us to invest in hotspots so that we could get the connectivity. We bought projectors. We purchased an additional 550 Chromebooks. The effect of those 550 Chromebooks put us in a one-to-one Chromebook availability for all of our students as we were prepared for distance learning. We also worked very hard, as I talked about connectivity. Even in Winnemucca, we've got a number of students that are living in high poverty situations. So we've been working on a mesh network. We utilized about $41,000 so that we can create our own internal mesh system that covers the main Winnemucca Boulevard corridor and then extends into some other areas so that students in those low-income housing areas, motels, hotels, could access the internet. It's secured, it's tied to the Chromebook, so we ensure that there's nothing inappropriate occurring, but allows them to do their work. That was about a $41,000 investment, and then we also expanded our work with Edgenuity to service and to provide some interactive and distance education learning platform. ESSER number 2, Humboldt received $1.749 million. This is one that's a multi-year grant, which we appreciate. And to date, we have expended just over $1 million of those funds, which puts us at 61.2% expenditure. Part of the reason that you'll see that extend is as we started to consider what was most essential to us, and as we looked at the federal guidance, it was to provide COVID mitigation and support. So we really took that to heart and asked the question, what do we need to reach our most at-risk student populations to support them? So what we did with that money is we looked at EL scores in particular, and noted that that's an area of concern for us as we conducted our data analysis. We hired an EL aide at our high school that's doing push-in under the direction of our English language teacher. We are doing some intensive work on MTSS, multi-tiered system of supports, to develop our plan as we recognize that mental health is a significant issue. And I gotta be honest, both with students and we're seeing an increase mental health concern with our staff members. In addition, we brought in or actually reconstituted what we had to cut several years ago, 4 instructional coaches at our 4 in-town K-6 schools. 3 of them are K-4 and one's a 5-6. These coaches are pushed into the classroom, supporting teachers through mentoring, modeling lessons, and then able to do small group intervention. One of the other things that we're very proud of, and it's having a significant impact, is we were able to hire an EL coach. This EL coach is again doing a push-in, working at each of our schools, supporting our staff and supporting our students. Then we provided quite a bit of focus on professional development. There's the associated cost benefits for salaries. And then the other thing that we did along the MTSS line is we purchased seats through a telehealth, 10 seats through a company called Illuma. And then we've got 20 seats through UNLV for tier 3 counseling services for our students that need more than what we're able to provide either through our counselors or social workers. So we're really appreciative of the impact that those funds have. And so again, we have a plan. All of those funds are going to be approved. Expended. Those funding sources have been approved. And I want to transition quickly into ESSER 3 ARP. For Humboldt County School District, our application has been fully approved by the Nevada Department of Education, and we are fully engaged in expending those funds. As you know, those funds are slated to go through 23-24. However, and again, if you're not aware, we've really worked with NDE, and I need to express my appreciation to them, because with this magnitude of money, yes, the need's there, but it's going to be hard to compress that expenditure into such a short time frame. So we've really been working with them on something called the tidings waiver that, if approved, will extend this into 24-25. And I think that's going to be essential for districts, especially as we look at the sustainability piece. So I'm going to go into share my screen. And at this point, you should see a brochure in front of you. Chairman Dondero Loop, are you able to see that?
We do. Thank you.
Thank you. So very quickly, I just want to cover this. For anybody interested, this is on Humboldt County School District's website, and both this and the next document that I'm going to review on ESSER 3 ARP. So as Summer indicated, the first thing I want to point out is we really were looking at our strategic plan. We just completed, and we started last year, updating our strategic plan. As I start this conversation, I wanted to share one of the things that I've shared with my administrative team, my board, and our staff is COVID has given education a very unique opportunity to reevaluate how we provide services and to honestly evolve. And I've shared that issue that if we simply revert back to what we did pre-COVID, we're going to do ourselves a disservice. And I think, honestly, we've failed. Our district strategic plan really starts to look at how do we change the historic basis of education and really reconsider what do our students need in today's day and age. So that first one there is around personalized learning and making sure that we can meet students where they are any day at any time. And so everything else below that really supports that direction and goal. These strategic plan goals directly align to my superintendent goals, and they also align to the board goals. And then we've also got a cross-reference to the state improvement plan to ensure that we have uniformity and we're all working towards the same direction. So our district-wide pacing, targeted interventions for subpopulations, growth in math and reading, which is essential, and then system-wide multi-tiered system of supports addressing mental health. In developing our plans, we have reached out to a broad number of stakeholders. Every one of our staff members have been engaged, given the opportunity to complete a survey. The survey was released to our community. We worked with our tribal leaders, Fort McDermott, Shoshone Paiute. They've provided some significant input, and we wanted to get absolutely as much feedback as we possibly could. When we completed that survey, the results came back, and these are the areas that were recommended by our community and our stakeholders. And you see, mental health counseling was probably the biggest thing that was recognized, and so we're working to address that. Social emotional learning, after school and summer learning opportunities, and then all the way down to small group tutoring. So moving forward on this one, again, this is on our website. This is what we have dedicated those funds, and I'm going to walk you through those in a little bit more detail. And then on the side here are specific allocations by school site. So you'll see at the K4 level, pre-K4 level, 5, 6, 7 through 12, and then some of what we're providing isn't necessarily directed to one school, such as the EL coach. It supports the district across the board. And so that came to a total of $1.3 million. Okay, so I'm going to exit out of this very quickly and move into the next document. Again, this is found on our website, and this now hones into ARP and the expense of the ESSER 3 monies. So as you go through this document, and again, I also shared it, we are anticipating the extension through the tiding waiver that'll get us through 24-25, and everything that we're looking at doing associated with those funds. And I want to touch on some of those very quickly. So again, if you take that document and you scroll down, we've got a brief narrative because we felt it was important, not only for our staff and our board, but for our community, for full transparency to understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. So one of the first things that we recognized we needed to do, you've heard a lot about, and I know you're very clearly aware of the staffing shortage. When the state had to make some reductions, the hiring incentive piece also went away. So we were able to leverage ARP so that we could provide that hiring incentive. We're providing a $5,000, that's a hiring and retention bonus. That's only to new employees. We went back and made whole last year's hires, and then we've got the funds that we can continue it for this coming year, and then we'll look to sustain that through general fund dollars. Then you've got some intervention services and supports that are in place. This is to provide the opportunity for our kids, if they're in a distance learning situation, that they can support their instruction within the classroom. We hired a director. This is a position that I had to eliminate upon the retirement of one of my central office administrators. But as we recognized the need for MTSS, we reconstituted it, and these funds were essential to that. We're working on developing a very clear MTSS plan that will guide our actions moving forward. It's in conjunction with our social workers and our counselors. And then this position also oversees our EL programming services, so that we again reach out to what we have identified as one of our most at-risk student populations. I mentioned the mental health licenses, this Tier 3 intervention support. If there was one thing that we've now cited, these seats are full. We've got more of a need for the mental health interventions and services than we're able to sustain right now that we have. And so we are evaluating. It's one of the things as we look at the potential of the upcoming 100 million per year that's anticipated to be released shortly. We believe we've got enough of a plan to say that we need to do some more mental health and some health intervention services in our district. We did maintain a school resource officer that serves our 4 remote rural schools, which are Denio, Kings River, Orvada, Paradise, as well as this individual is housed at McDermott Combined School, which is a K-12 setting that is comprised of approximately 80% Native American. This individual makes a profound difference just on his visibility. Just Words phonics interventions. Again, this is try to intervene on academic learning loss that we noted for specific targeted groups. We wanted to improve our college readiness of our students. And so we utilized some funds at Lowry High School, and there was already some dedicated funds in McDermott to provide ACT prep that builds upon the core instruction that's occurring. And that's a celebration that this is important for us, and we need to grow in that area. Last year, Humboldt County, across Lowry and McDermott in our adult ed, we had a 94% graduation rate, which was up from the prior year. So we're taking this extremely seriously, recognizing that that's not even good enough. And we want to make sure that our students are prepared regardless of what COVID has thrown at them. I spoke about the district-wide EL coach and the profound impact that that individual is doing. And then we wrote the grant to hire EL teachers at our school sites in these upcoming years. I do need to share that it has now come to our attention. We're going to change gears on this, and there's two primary reasons. Number one is we have come to a realization that we would simply be hiring individuals out of our classroom to become EL teachers. There's just not a lot of candidates out there. So we didn't feel like we would get the bang for our buck. So what we have proposed, and we're going to be modifying our budget, is our focus now is we would like to get 60 of our staff members ELAD endorsed so that we create an entire spectrum of trained teachers that can meet the needs of all of our classrooms. Even though ELAD is our English language learner focused, it provides critical interventions and supports that can be applied to a broad base of students, especially those at risk. So we're shifting those dollars to try to move from 4 to have 60 trained that can meet the needs in the classroom. And we're excited about where that's going to go. We did talk to the Board of Trustees and they agree with that. At the junior high school level, we hired an interventionist. We had a number of students that came in significantly academically deficit, and we want to make sure that they're prepared to enter high school and be supportive, be successful. Summer school supports, just to answer the question, we had 468 students that attended our summer school program. Due to COVID, our enrollment at the time that we ran that was at about 3,200. We're now back over 3,300 as COVID restrictions start to relax. So that 468 students equated to about 15% of our student population. This was the largest summer school programming that we've ever been able to offer in the past. I do think one of the offerings or reason we could do that is we not only did remediation, but we also offered acceleration opportunities for students that were ready for that. The challenge, as you've already heard, is having teachers, even though we were paying their daily rate, having teachers that were interested in working over the summer. They were tired. And really, so we had to get creative on that, where we had teachers that would do 2 days a week and rotate through. Literacy strategists, I mentioned those at our schools. They were focusing on read by grade 3. This is something else that we did. We continued our emergency sick leave bank. And what this was intended for is, even though at the time that we wrote this, we were seeing a decline in COVID cases, when we looked at an analysis of the prior year, we had 1,100 staff absences that were directly COVID related, either active illness or quarantine requirements. So as in conjunction with working with our teachers organization, we recognized that this is something that we wanted to continue, even though at the federal level it was no longer required. So we dedicated some funds. You'll see the total right now, it's only 17,000. That's grossly inadequate to what we will need. The Omicron variant is impacting us just like everyone else. So as we modified down the line, our target was 200,000, but we reduced that to make sure that the other areas were a priority, and we'll amend if appropriate. I talked about the EL Parapro at Lowry High School, and then we're continuing after school tutoring. That is ongoing right now. Again, this is for primarily remediation and to support students where they're at the time. Obviously, with all of the positions that we've hired, there's also expenses in retirement and benefits. We're doing a significant amount of professional development. And for us, we're doing a big piece on EL, which I've talked about, but we're also doing a lot of work on math. We've seen a bit of a disconnect between our curriculum K-8 into 9-12. And so we're making significant progress in making sure that there's clear alignment so that our students have a seamless academic experience. We run a program during the summer called Start Fresh, and it is a multi-week, 2-week program where staff members can come in and engage in in-depth professional development. We wanted to incentivize our staff to come in. So we offered them $200 a day, which was more than double than what we've done in prior years. And we saw a significant increase in our staff participation. We've got an admin assistant that we hired. We had it to work on MTSS and COVID, but I need to be honest, all of the time right now is on COVID, dealing with the notification for absences and quarantine. We dedicated some funds for at-risk students. We're recognizing that students that are in low socioeconomic status at many times miss out on key opportunities such as dual enrollment. And then you also see, we've talked about athletic costs, CTE, art, et cetera. If a student is in financial need, we've got the money to make sure that that is not a barrier to their opportunity to learn and grow. We were able to bring in some supports for our CTE program. We've got web-based intervention and programming should we have a need to go back to distance or virtual, which we don't anticipate, but we started last year in a hybrid and then we're able to go fully open. And then Geodes, which focuses on decoding skills in our K2. And then again, I talked a little bit about staff professional development. So when we combine all of that, that encompasses our allocation under ESSER 3 of just over 3.9 million. It's going to take us some time to expend it. As of today, we've expended 18.9% of that allocation. But again, a lot of that's tied into personnel that we've established that we want to have over a sequence of several years so that we build continuity. And then we'll have to work on the sustainability either through state, local funds as we prioritize what's having an impact. Overall, I couldn't imagine us trying to intervene and support our students to the level we have in the absence of these funds. It's made a significant difference for us. And I really want to express my appreciation to each of you for supporting this and for the impact that it's having to help us and our students in our schools. And with that, I'm open to any questions that anybody may have.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. As always, you're very thorough and I appreciate hearing about Humboldt County. I believe Assemblywoman Carlton has a question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And in this presentation, I heard the word waiver, and I missed if it was the name of the waiver, but we hadn't heard that discussed from any of the other districts so far today that I can remember, unless I missed it. So if you could elaborate on what we're talking about, because it was my understanding that a lot of these funds did have some pretty hard deadlines.
Yes, you're right. Assemblyman Carlton, for the record, Dr. David Jensen, Superintendent, Humboldt County School District. There is an opportunity, what's called a tidings waiver. NAS, the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, we've been engaged with NDE to request that they submit that to the federal government on our behalf. And if that is approved, which we have indications that it should be, would extend the time frame on expenditure on the ARP funds to the end of the 24-25 school year. So it will give us one additional year. That was a unanimous request from the NAS group to NDE, which I really, again, appreciate NDE for supporting that, recognizing that additional year will make a profound difference. So again, the tidings waiver.
And thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I guess we'll have to go back to staff and get some more details on that. And if every school district is doing it, does that, when we were doing budgets last time, we were trying to take a lot of these things into consideration as we went through the process. And if dollars are being extended into another year, that's going to have future impacts on future budgets. So just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. And if every district is applying for it, how does that basically change all the dollars that are going into all these different pots in all the different districts? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Do I see additional questions? So not not seeing any additional questions, Dr. Jensen. I'm sure others have thought of it, but I appreciate you in a rural setting, having the foresight to reach out and do these online mental health licenses. I think that's very interesting, and it's unfortunate that we need these at this time, but I appreciate you doing that because I know that I have personally, as I worked on mental health with teens, have heard that some of them are using online even here in Las Vegas. And I think it's beneficial because in this time where we can't always get where we need to be or allowed to go, it's a way for students certainly and teachers to have mental health support without leaving their home. So I appreciate that forethought on that. All right, well, if I don't see any more questions, Assemblywoman Carlton, did you have another question?
No.
Oh, okay, thank you. If I don't see any more questions, we'll go to, well, thank you, Dr. Jensen, and we'll go to Mineral County. Mr. Ponder, thank you for waiting through all of this. You know that Mineral County and Hawthorne specifically are probably always going to be part of my heritage, as my dad was born and raised there. So please go ahead with your presentation when you're ready, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Well, I want to say thank you, Chair Dr. Dondero Loop, for allowing me to present to this wonderful committee. And for the record, my name is Andre Ponder. I'm the superintendent of Mineral County School District. And to my right, I have Kathy Churchill, who is our grants manager. Now, this is my 7th month on the job. And I must say that when I came aboard, Kathy also assumed the grant manager's position the same time that I became the superintendent. So we've had to ask a lot of questions. We've had to basically kind of build from ground zero, ask a whole lot of questions. And I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to the NDE staff for providing not only me guidance, but also providing our new grants manager, Kathy, guidance in putting together our ESSER plan. You may have received, before I share my screen, you may have received in the mail a brochure from Mineral County School District, which basically outlines the ESSER wish list. And it talks about how we involve the stakeholders in collaborating with a few of these projects. And in this process, we involved our administrators, our district office staff, students, our transportation department, our teachers, our maintenance staff, as well as community members. And I would say that, you know, hitting the ground running, Mineral County School District does not currently have a strategic plan, but we are in the process of developing our strategic plan. And many of the ideas that you see on the presentation or on the, you will see on the presentation and that you will find in the brochure, we're going to use those ideas to develop our strategic plan, as well as we're going to use those ideas to continue to develop our ESSER plan. And I like to say for the record that our ESSER plan, it's a live plan. It's forever changing. And now I'd like to share my screen. Are we there?
We are, sir. We see your screen.
Oh, how do I go back? All right. A little bit about Mineral County. We are right in the heart of the Golden West, okay? Hawthorne consists, its population is about 3,200. That's the estimated population. We also encompass Schurz, and the estimated population there is like 700. There's also Mina. The estimated population is about 100. And in Luna, we have less than 100 community members in Luna. All right. Again, just a snapshot about Mineral County School District. Again, For the record, I'm Andre Ponder, the superintendent. I assumed the duties 7 months ago on July the 1st, and our total ESSER allocations is roughly $1,983,000. We have 4 schools in our district on 3 sites. We have our Schurz Elementary School, which is located about 35 miles north of our main campus, and that's our Native American population. We have roughly about 87 students at that school. And at our main campus, we have Hawthorne Elementary, that's pre-K through 6, and Hawthorne Junior High and Mineral County High School. Our total number of staff members is approximately 105, and our total student population is roughly 602. Now, our free and reduced lunch rate is 78%, but because of the pandemic and COVID, 100% of our students receive free and reduced lunch. And what's also unique about Mineral County is the closest Costco is about 2 hours away. So it's really a challenge for us to recruit, retain, and hire highly qualified staff members in this area. And a little bit more about the demographics of our school. Our Mineral County High School currently has 148 students. Our junior high has 64 students, Schurz Elementary, 84, and Hawthorne Elementary, which is our largest elementary school, has 308 students. Okay, under ESSER 1, our allocations was $144,207, and that may be off because I saw the slides previously, so that may be off by a few dollars, and we can make the necessary corrections if we have to. For our ESSER 2 funding, it was like $566,525, and for ESSER 3, what has been approved as of October the 19th is $848,224. And what's allocated for December of 2021 has now been $425,043. Okay. A few of our priorities, and you would also see those in the brochure that we handed to you. One is addressing the achievement gap and the learning loss. And I would like to say, and in doing this, we have a draft of a robust summer school plan. When I arrived in July last year, we actually only had less than 10 students from the junior high and high school participate in summer school. And that was largely due to us not having a principal in the junior high school. But again, we are in talks now with our leadership team to develop a robust summer school plan for the junior high and high school. Approximately 85% of our largest elementary school, those students attended summer school, and at our Schurz school, roughly 87% of those students also attended summer school. And in our plan for revisions for the summer school, we hope to not only provide academics, but we also want to provide some enrichment activities as well. Another one of our priorities is providing high quality specialized instructional support. And this is providing the instructional support for our students and for our staff. And we've been able to use these funds to hire safe school professionals, as well as a mental health counselor, for our schools in our district. Okay. Also, when developing a rigorous needs assessment that includes a root cause analysis, we were able to hire an outside consultant, Dr. Paul McDonald, who actually came in and he did a needs assessment, not only for our SPED population, but also for our general population. And much of the findings in his report will be used to not only to develop and tweak the ESSER plan, but also to develop our strategic plan as well. Our fourth priority is the safe reopening of schools and sustaining safe operations. It is our goal in Mineral County School District to keep our students in school. That's our number one goal. We want to keep our kids in school. While we know that we are under the mask mandate, we are currently face-to-face and our kids are wearing masks daily. We've been able to use these funds to buy PPE equipment, also to hire additional staffing in the classrooms. And we've also been able to use the funds to improve the technology and also to buy hotspots for our students. Another priority is the supporting and sustaining a stabilized workforce. Again, recruitment and retention has been hard, but we also had to use these funds to hire an interim principal. Again, when I took the seat, we did not have a junior high school principal, but we've been able to use these funds to hire a junior high school principal. Okay. As far as facility maintenance and capital improvements, our oldest school on the campus was built back in the 40s. Would you say that's correct, Kathy? Roughly in the 40s. And we've also been able to allocate some of the funds to improve the windows, because many of our windows at our elementary schools, they don't open. So we've been able to use some of the funds, or we're hoping to use some of the funds to improve the windows, so the windows can slide up so our kids can actually get a breath of fresh air. And we also hope to improve our HVAC systems on our campuses as well. Okay, and I'll let Kathy speak to what's already been approved in the ESSER expenditures.
Very good, thank you. For the record, Kathy Churchill, Grants Manager, Mineral County School District. So when we arrived, our ESSER 2 application actually had not been completed. So Mr. Ponder's task and my task was to actually complete both the ESSER 2 and the ESSER 3 while doing robust stakeholder engagement and establishing priorities. And so the ESSER 2 application includes the interim principal, as Mr. Ponder stated. Last year, the superintendent was also the high school junior high principal. And so we were able to kind of make a case for having that interim principal funded through these funds just for our continuous services. We had a mental health counselor that was grant funded, and he works primarily at the elementary school. And so we've been able to maintain that level of service at the elementary school. Some of these other positions are brand new. We're in the process of hiring. As other districts have said, it is a difficult position, but we have some interesting strategies to go ahead and attempt to recruit and retain individuals in the Mineral County School District. And some of our principals are very skilled at recruiting for their own individual schools as well. So for sure, we have a learning strategist on board. At the Hawthorne Elementary, we have a parapro, and we're also looking for a part-time school nurse, because as you can imagine, one school nurse in the era of COVID has been run pretty ragged. We have an individual that we call our traumatologist. Dr. DeMond Holt comes from Arizona, and he has really helped us understand the trauma of the pandemic, not just for our students, but also internally for our staff. And so he's been able to help us actually understand going forward some of the strategies that we're going to need to put in place in order to understand the trauma that not being able to go to school or maybe being academically behind causes our students, and then the stress that some of these activities has caused our staff. And so we'll be continuing to work with Mr. Holt throughout probably the next 2-year period. With our secondary students, we had the good fortune of being in school full-time all year last year. So those students had the luxury of the in-person school year during the last year. And so in addition to maintaining our academic standards, we were able to accelerate by offering dual credit courses and textbooks. And I have to say that the universities that we're working with, WNC and GBC, have been wonderful partners in helping increase our ability to sustain our students' abilities to accelerate their education, even in spite of a pandemic. And so we're very happy with that. Of course, all of those positions include fringe. We were able to have administration cost and indirect cost. As far as ESSER 2 right now, we're about 63%, we have spent about 63% of that. And so we'll be continuing to go forward to spend down the ESSER 2 as we work forward with the ESSER 3. Mineral County was able, and we understand that the people that are currently working for us, that are currently helping maintain safe instruction, are essential. And so we were able to provide an essential worker incentive right prior to Thanksgiving to every employee in the amount of $2,000. Our Safe School professionals are also in here. They were grant funded. And so we're also, like other districts, having a little difficulty in retaining 4, but we have partnered with a community organization. And so we have some unique ways to provide the SEL and the mental health services that we need. Also in Mineral County, there is a plan to bring a non-adjudicated treatment center. And so we're hoping that if that happens in July of this year, we'll have some mental health professionals within the community that we can also lean on a little bit to help us get through this difficult time. For tutoring FY22 and 23, we have allocated $85,000 for the entire school year. Each school is planning a robust after-school tutoring program. Ensures that includes also some Century 21 funds, as well at the junior high school. And it also includes enrichment activities, food and transportation as needed. And that will probably be ongoing throughout the rest of the next 2 school years. Ensures we have an elementary school teacher that we're trying to recruit in order to reduce the amount of blended classrooms that we have, thinking that that dedicated teacher will kind of help increase the ability for our students to succeed. The only allocation that we have for building improvement was the Mineral County High School, junior high school library. So that library actually was not available to students due to lack of staffing. And so we were really not able to have a lot of students that could take community college classes on site. So in coordination with WNC, we have created a student center where we've taken the library and we've hired a paraprofessional. We're kind of creating the first ever digital library in Mineral County, and in addition, some space for after school and potentially even some weekend classes with a partnership through WNC. And then of course, we didn't want to not include any kind of professional development so that we can all continue to move forward as we're progressing through the pandemic and make sure that everybody has the training that they feel like they need. And so those are our first 2/3 allocation expenditures. Our remainder is currently under discussion as we continue to build priorities. And as you can see with our flyer, there's over 173 suggestions that we've received. And so scaling those down into our priorities and making sure that our stakeholders feel like they've been heard and that we are taking everyone's ideas into consideration is something that we're actually taking our time with and making sure that we're meeting the needs of everyone.
Basically, these pie charts here just break down much of the information that we've shared in regards to the spending. At this time, I will stop sharing my screen and we'll just open the floor if you have any questions for us here at Mineral County.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ponder, and thank you for being here today. I know you haven't been there long, but that was exactly my feeling. I was trying to get a cross section of big districts, smaller districts, rural, urban, but also superintendents who have been here and not served us as long. And so I appreciate your expertise you bring from your last position, as well as the thought and foresight that you're putting into the one that you're in now. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Dundaro.
Are there any questions for Mr. Ponder from any of you? Mr. Ponder, one of the questions that I thought about when you're doing your windows, and I understand the age of all the buildings, are you thinking of doing windows in all buildings or just that high school?
We're looking at doing windows in the elementary schools.
The elementary, okay.
Yes, Schurz as well as Hawthorne Elementary, because currently the windows don't open. So we're looking at windows that, that open.
And also knowing the landscape in Hawthorne and Schurz, are there outside areas that you need to enhance as well, or is it just that piece?
There are outside areas. Yeah, there's the playground, the basketball courts, pretty much the entire landscaping needs to be re-enhanced.
I'm well aware.
Yes, we need to actually create a sidewalk where the kids, don't have to walk on the road or in the gravel. So there's a lot of projects that we could not incorporate into the ESSER funding, but there was a great need. And I invite anyone to come out to Mineral County, just walk our campuses and just see what we see every day.
Thank you. I see Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno has her hand up. Would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have a question. I just wanted to say welcome aboard and thank you both for stepping up at probably one of the worst times in our history as a country to step into education. I wish you both much luck and know that we are here as your legislative leaders to help you be successful.
Oh,
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
And you can be guaranteed that when I head that way, I'll be stopping that way. So,
beautiful.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Well, welcome, as the Assemblywoman said, welcome to Nevada. We're happy to have you. I know that you're in an incredibly rural area and you have great needs, and we feel very confident that we have the right people in place with you. So thank you. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to White Pine and we'll go to Mr. Young, who has graced us, I think, many times, but go ahead, please, when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you, and we can see the screen.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity to share a little bit about what we have going on in the White Pine County School District. For the record, my name's Adam Young. I am a lifelong Nevada resident, born and raised here in White Pine County, graduate of White Pine High School, and just proud to serve our state and our students in this role. It is a great honor. It is also more challenging than it ever has been, which I know you're all very, very well aware of. And so we do thank you for your support. I'm honored to work with these excellent ladies and gentlemen who have shared this information with you so far. They're a very good group and dedicated to the students of this state. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and launch right in. I wanted to give you just some context of, I guess, a big picture, a little bit of how our school district has responded to the pandemic before I launch into the information on the finances. So when everything shut down, fortunately, we were a Google district already, and our teachers were prepared to use the Google platform as their learning management system. And we had a really smooth, relative, it's all relative, right? But a relatively smooth transition into the distance learning. Of course, like everyone else, we delivered breakfast and lunch to our students throughout the entire spring and summer of 2020. We, like Mr. Ponder was saying, all of our schools here in White Pine were open for in-person instruction all day, every day of August 20. That's something that we're able to do because our facilities, while very old, are at least large and spacious, and that allowed us to utilize the physical distancing and make sure that our kids were back on campus. Most of our kids, I should say. We had 86% of them who were back on campus, and the rest of them we served through our online delivery platform. Since this whole thing started, and honestly, far prior to that, we have continued with our after-school supports and the Friday learning that we offer for students. You may be aware that we're a 4-day school week here in White Pine, and we have been since 2010, but our schools are not closed on Fridays. We have students in the building every single Friday, and that's one thing that we really focused on, trying to be more directive about which students we wanted to come as opposed to having that be kind of voluntary. We were proud to offer 7 weeks of summer learning last summer in 2021. We have that planned again for 2022. And again, just trying to work as hard as we can to mitigate some of the challenges, both academically and social emotionally, that this pandemic has caused for our students. The other thing that I wanted to mention prior to discussing the funds is, and I think you've heard other districts talk about this as well, we all have a vision of where it is that we want to go. That vision is aligned with our state improvement plan. And in White Pine, you can see on the screen there what our theories of action are. Our theories of action are, the strategies that we believe will be the highest yield strategies. They're the ones that are going to give us the most bang for our buck. And then you can see, and I didn't include these in here, but our measurable student outcomes in those 3 areas as well. So as we've spent this money, at the very, very forefront of our thinking is how do we leverage these dollars to move us forward with the goals that we have in our strategic plan. Obviously, part of the dollars are just for survival. We all recognize that, but we didn't want it to be limited to that. And to every extent possible, we have really strived to make sure that every dollar that we've spent moves us closer to the objectives that are outlined in our district performance plan. The process that we've used, again, everything has been kind of guided and benchmarked by our performance plan. I have a very comprehensive district leadership team that includes students, parents, support staff, teachers, principals, etc. The safe return plan was a big part, as we determined in the summer of 2020 that we felt like the right thing for our community and based on our community's input was to be in person. And so a lot of our expenditures have been guided by how we can make that happen and how we can keep that going on. You can see there that there's some additional committees, all of which are publicly agendized meetings that we encourage and invite people to come to so that we can gather their feedback and incorporate their ideas and thoughts and needs into the way that we spend this money. And then of course, there's the board meetings that we have twice a month as well. Okay, so without further ado, let me try to address some of the items that you wanted to hear about. All of my slides on this are going to follow this same format. I'm going to share with you what our priorities were, just very briefly outline some of the major expenditures, and then you'll have at the bottom what our total allocation was. So priorities for just the first round of ESSER funds, we wanted to get kids back on campus all day, every day. We wanted to make sure that that was as safe as possible. And then we wanted to provide technology infrastructure for our students who were not going to be able to come back because they were uncomfortable doing so. These are some of the ways that we spent that money. Friday and summer learning, again, you can see there a pretty significant chunk of those funds, $80,000 for our distance learning students. And not just for them, but also updating the on-campus technology for our teachers and our students so that in the event we had to shut down and go full distance learning, everybody had the infrastructure available to do that. Again, meeting the safe and operational school environments, we spent quite a bit of money on PPE out of that first round, and our total allocation was approximately $180,000. The coronavirus relief funds, we had an allocation of $50,000. I think I heard Mr. Ponder say how challenging it is to be a chief district nurse nowadays. We do only have one of those here in our district, and she has been working her tail off. We hired her shortly before COVID hit, and so that's all she knows right now. And we use this allocation to, she spends 24/7 dealing with COVID even today. So that's how we spent that allocation. I wanted to touch briefly on the gear funds from about a year ago. Our allocation there was also $50,000. And again, I'll talk about this a little bit later, but the social emotional needs of our students and our staff, wow, it is tough. There's just a lot of tough stuff going on. And so this, again, pretty straightforward. We wanted to make sure that we had that support, and that's how we spent the money. Okay, this is a slight veer off because there were some competitive funds that were offered through the Department of Education's allocation of these funds that they allowed districts to apply for. We are very aggressive in our competitive grant writing. Anytime an opportunity comes up, we take advantage of it, and that's what we did here. So as you saw with our performance plan on one of my earlier slides, dramatically improving Tier 1 instruction is our end game. And we haven't relented on that during COVID. We have worked really hard to try to continue moving forward. So we did put in a competitive application for about $91,000. This allowed us to contract with an evidence-based provider, WestEd, who we've worked with before on literacy initiatives. And they were able to kind of work us through a process last year to help us adopt a new math curriculum, which we implemented this fall. So in the midst of all of the other craziness that was going on with COVID, I'm just so proud of my math professionals who spent a lot of outside of contract time last year working with WestEd to determine what types of options are going to be best for the math learning of our students going forward. It was a heavy lift, but they did a great job with that. About a year ago as well, after we had some money from our state, and I wanted to just touch on that as well. So you can see some priorities here. I mentioned before school culture and climate. You're all aware that a few years ago, Assembly Bill 168 was passed by the legislature, helping schools move forward in the idea of restorative practices. For us, restorative practices is a small part of our comprehensive world-class relationships framework that we have built as a district. This world-class relationship framework looks at Tier 1 social emotional learning. It looks at restorative practices. It looks at disciplinary measures. It looks at common language and pillars, multi-tiered systems of supports, and how we try to impact the affective realm of schools. So in this allocation, we brought in a consultant to help us launch our restorative practices initiative. That happened at the beginning of 2020, right before everybody came back on campus. And again, you can see some Chromebooks, hotspots, and distance learning platform there as we went through last year. ESSER 2. Here's where, as you've heard from everyone else, of course, the dollar amounts start to increase and we're really able to do some things. You can see our priorities as a district up there. Academic movement, culture and climate, the affective realm, school, students' mental health, teachers' mental health, et cetera, and then distance learning. So one of the great things that we're able to do with this in order to impact those first two bullets in our priorities is we hired additional teachers. We hired 3 additional teachers at White Pine Middle School, 2 additional teachers at White Pine High School, and then some college and career instructional specialists at David E. Norman Elementary School. The idea there is that if we want to engage kids, we need to have more offerings for them that make them really, really want to be back on our campus. Budget issues have historically been a problem in White Pine, which has caused us to cut positions rather than add them back. So it's been a real benefit to be able to have additional bodies on our campus so that the load is shareable from our staff and so that our kids are able to choose options for them that they love and that they want to be there. And I have such a short period of time. I promise you, I could tell you some stories that would just bring tears to your eyes and make you so proud. But I'm going to refrain from that because it would take the rest of the day. So you can see what some of those expenditures are and the dollar amounts that are correlated with those. People are expensive. And our philosophy has been, if we want to move forward with our academic learning and our social emotional supports, we got to have people to do that. It doesn't matter what program you buy. If you don't have people to do it, it's not going to work. So you can see what some of those expenditures were. Again, distance education for our students remaining at home continues to be a priority. Some sanitization needs in there, et cetera, et cetera. And here's the ARP ESSER summary. Now, we have not spent all of this money, obviously, yet. We have some of it, a good chunk of it actually budgeted into the next school year. One of the biggest challenges is keeping people working for schools nowadays. It is hard work. So like some of my colleagues mentioned, we have provided an incentive for retention. We provided that last August. We have another one coming up for employees who re-sign with us going into next school year. Trying to support, again, our students' core academic movement and their college and career ready opportunities. One of the things that's really exciting this year, which you can see on this slide down under expenditures, is we're paying the tuition for each and every senior in the school district to take English 101 and English 102. So every graduate in 2022 here in just a couple months will graduate with 6 credits of college English. We already have a pretty high rate of dual credit completion because that's been one of our initiatives for many years. But to have every single senior graduate with those credits and then to be able to provide them the support so that they get a taste of what college work is like while they're still on our campus and have some of our safety nets, that's been something that's really important to see. We funded a full-time distance education teacher again this year. Again, I mentioned it before, but we've had a really robust summer learning program last summer. We have another robust one planned for this summer. And every single Friday, after my teachers have already worked their 38 to 45 hours, they're back on campus, and we're paying them, of course, so that those students who really need extra support can be here and get that. We did hire additional social worker support, which you can see down there. He is busy every single day. And if we had more in the community to hire, we would hire them. The last major expenditure that I want to highlight here is the third bullet down under expenditures, and that's, again, additional FTEs. So those teachers that I discussed hiring this year that we paid for through ESSER 2, we want to sustain those into next year as well, and as long as possible with some of the funding formula changes so that we can keep those really great initiatives going. So we have money budgeted to do that next year as well. All right, and I think this is my last one. But again, as I mentioned before, we try to take advantage of every competitive grant opportunity. And the Department of Education recently had one that was, again, focused on restorative practices, trauma-informed care, and other types of social emotional learning. So we were just awarded this for $50,000. This was about 2 weeks ago. We've already had our consultant on campus. He was here with us last week, spent 2 days in our schools, and then helped us with the district-wide training on Friday. Again, re-emphasizing the mindset of what it means to be restorative, all of those tier 1 instructional measures for social emotional learning, which some teachers are just naturally gifted at, and others really need a lot of support in order to get there. But there's just never been a more important time for a school district to focus on that than there is now. So he spent 3 or 4 days with us last week. This contract that we have with him will run through next fall so that we continue to revisit this and provide the supports that we need to for our students and our families and our teachers with restorative practices. So that is my last slide, and I'm going to unshare, I think, hopefully here in a second, and I will ask if I can answer any of your questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your long service there in White Pine County. I think the first time I met you, were you either a middle school teacher or maybe you might have been the principal? I don't remember, but.
Well, I was the high school principal for 13 years prior to this.
So maybe
job.
it was there that I ran into. I forgot whether it was middle school or high school, but thank you for all you're doing for our kids and for our state. And thank you for the continued work in progress that the expertise has come in handy during this unprecedented time. Are there any questions for Mr. Young from the committee? So I just have one, and that is, would you clarify, you have, am I right? You have about maybe like 1,300 students, is that right?
That is right, yes.
And then how many kids did you have in summer school?
We had 42% of our 1,300 students. So 500, between 450 and 500 students on campus last summer.
Wow, that's what I thought you said. And I thought that was really remarkable that 50% in a small setting like that, 50% of those parents and students saw the value of doing that during the summer. So thank you for providing that, and thank you for doing that. And also thank you for the mental health work that you are doing, because we can't dismiss that in any setting, big or small. I see Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno's hand up, and I will let her go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And not a question, but Mr. Young, it is so impressive to see that you grew up in the community, you came back to work in the community, and you're leading the school district. Conversation offline, you have to teach us how we can continue to grow educators within our communities to come back and stay and share their talent. So thank you. So I will be reaching out.
Thank you so much.
And that is exactly how we learn, by listening to each other, right? I mean, when we quit listening, we quit learning. And so, as you can see by all our presentations, I can understand where, if I'm a superintendent, no matter the amount of students that I serve, how I would learn from others. So thank you very much. And I appreciate your time. I appreciate you being here today. With no more questions on the board, if the committee doesn't mind, I think we will take a break here. And I'm sorry to the charter people. I know you're waiting, but we have been here at it since 8:30. And I think that we need to take about a 20-minute break or so. So if we could come back at 12:15, and we will have our last presentation from the Public Charter School Authority. And for those superintendents that we have taken your morning, thank you very much. We would welcome you to stay on, but we will be back at 12:15. Thank you.
broadcast is unmuted and you may begin when you are ready, Chair.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. I hope you all had a short break of a walk around the desk. We will now continue on with our presentations, and this has been such fabulous information, and so we look forward to hearing the State Public Charter School Authority, and I believe Rebecca Fiden is with us today. And Ms. Fiden, as soon as you are ready, if you would like to go ahead, please do so.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Rebecca Fiden, Executive Director of the State Public Charter School Authority, for the record. Good afternoon, Chair Dondero Loop and members of the committee. As you know, the State Public Charter School Authority is a unique local educational agency. We are not a school district. We don't employ teachers or directly run school programs. But as a local educational agency, we pass through federal grants to our schools, including emergency funds. Before I get into the details of the emergency funds, I do want to provide some brief background about how our grants are managed at the State Public Charter School Authority, since it is so unique. So for context, when we receive a grant allocation from the Nevada Department of Education, we then generate allocations for each of the eligible schools. For some grants, the State Public Charter School Authority will also reserve a small percentage of funds for charter school-wide activities and to cover the administration of the grants at the State Public Charter School Authority. Once we've created the allocations for schools, then each school goes about creating an application for the use of those funds. And those applications are based on the school's local needs and informed by their constituents. Once they submit an application to the State Public Charter School Authority, we conduct an initial review of those applications for budget details and allowability. And once we have satisfied and believe that those applications are complete and accurate and appropriate, we will send them, compile them, and then bring them together to submit a single application to the Department of Education. The Department of Education, of course, will review our application. Sometimes we require some revisions. And then once those applications are approved, they issue a subaward to the State Public Charter School Authority. And in turn, we issue subawards to each of our schools. At that point, we can begin the process for reimbursements. And as you may know, the State Public Charter School Authority reimburses schools after we confirm appropriate documentation and that there are allowable costs. And then once we've made that reimbursement to a school, we then take that documentation to the Department of Education and seek reimbursement for those costs. So again, just want to make sure that that context is in mind as we talk about the information today. So today we're going to cover three points. And again, I'll be happy to answer any questions. First, we're going to talk about what funds have been allocated to the Charter Authority to date. Second, how we have allocated those funds to our schools. And finally, how schools have used or plan to use those funds that have been allocated. So we'll begin with the funds that have been allocated, and I'll kind of quickly walk through these. On this first slide, you'll see the funds that were allocated under the CARES Act, and you'll see that we had ESSER 1 funding on a formula basis, as well as ESSER 1 funding through the competitive grant process the Department of Education ran. And then additionally, we received Gear 1 funding and Coronavirus Relief Fund funding, which was in two parts, the AB3 funding, as well as a second allotment, which is commonly referred to as Cohort 2. In terms of the CARES Act, the State Public Charter School Authority received an allocation of ESSER 2 funds. We anticipate that we may see an allocation of Gear 2 funds, but have not received any information about an allocation to date. So that's kind of a placeholder as a possibility. Finally, under the American Rescue Plan Act, we've received an allocation of ARP ESSER funds. As you know, this allocation was done in two parts. Our application for the first 2/3 is currently under review at the Department of Education. So while we have the amount for the final third, we have not yet allocated those funds to schools, as you'll see on subsequent slides. Additionally, we did receive an allocation of ARP IDEA funding, which is supplemental funding for students with special needs. And finally, as you know, there was an allocation of $15 million through Assembly Bill 495 from the 2021 legislative session for Title I charter schools. At this point, we are still working through specifics with the Governor's Finance Office about how we can allocate these funds, and are hopeful these will be these will be at an upcoming work program before the Interim Finance Committee. So now we'll talk about how we actually allocated the funds to schools. So starting with ESSER 1, the formula funds were allocated to schools on a per pupil basis. We did provide a slightly higher per pupil for students that qualify for free and reduced price lunch. In addition, I mentioned previously that we had ESSER 1 competitive funds. The Charter Authority, on behalf of interested schools, applied for about $1.4 million in funding. Obviously, it's competitive. There was a limited amount of funding, and so about $761,000 was allocated to the authority, and that was for specific activities. So that wasn't done on a formula basis. Whatever activities were funded were the ones that we then allocated to schools for. Moving on, both gear and funding through AB3, those allocations were determined by the Department of Education. So the allocations were given to us, and we followed those allocations to our schools. The second round of CRF funding, cohort 2, as we refer to it, was unique. We had just over a month to expend those funds. And so in close communication with the Department of Education, worked to transfer eligible expenditures that had initially been under ESSER 1 over to CRF, so that we could then redistribute ESSER 1 funding and make sure that those dollars were spent, given the short timeline that we had to expend those funds. In terms of ESSER 2 allocations were developed to provide additional funding to schools with students qualifying for free and reduced lunch, English learners, and students with IEPs. So every school received funding, and there was base funding for every child, but there was additional funding for every student in one of those special population groups, with the understanding that those populations may have been potentially more impacted by the loss of in-person learning. And then finally, with the ARP allocations, again, the first 2/3 of the ARP ESSER funds have been allocated to schools. This was done on a per pupil basis again, but we did do a supplemental allocation for our charter schools with higher percentages of students qualifying for free and reduced price lunch. And so again, with all 3 of our ESSER funds, really tried to focus on making sure that additional funds were allocated to those schools that had higher percentage of students that may be impacted by the pandemic. As you'll note, we also received ARP IDEA funding, and that funding was allocated on a per pupil basis based on a straight per pupil for those students who are qualified under IDEA and have an IEP. And then, as I mentioned, we are continuously working through the specifics for the funding allocation for the Assembly Bill 495. And so, again, anticipate that that will be before the IFC in the coming months. So now we'll talk about the use of funds. Since there were a variety of funding streams, some on the order of hundreds of thousands and some on the order of tens of millions, it became very hard for us to figure out how to visualize this and be able to show it by each individual grant. We do have that data, but in order to look at trends across multiple funding streams, what we ended up doing was combining all the funding streams together so we could look at really what types of expenses were primarily used for these funds. So on this slide, you will see a table with all the funds that have been or plan to be expended by schools when combining all the funding sources that have been allocated to date. I will note for somebody doing some back of the napkin math here, the CRF funds were handled through what we would call a paper grant. They weren't done through our electronic grant system. And so our database, we did not build that into this. That was a small portion of funds, but it is not represented here because it's not in our grant database. And so our data pool did not include that information. But again, this represents the vast majority of funds that were allocated to date. And then I will also note that some of these allocations are pending approval by NDE, particularly our ARP ESSER funds. But because they have gone through review at our level, we included them in the data because that is how schools intend to spend the funds that have been allocated. So to better understand trends in terms of how schools are using their funds, this slide shows the same data as the previous graph. And here you'll see that by far the most common type of expense is salaries. And tied to that, a large portion of funds being used for retirement and fringe benefits. Again, we heard a lot of schools need additional staff for interventions, for additional supports, for social emotional learning and other needs as well. Additionally, you'll see a large sums of funding for both technology, both hardware and software. So the technology items of higher value, that is basically items like computers, and then web-based and similar programs. Again, a lot of technology expenditures. And then finally, we also saw larger amounts of money spent on general supplies as well as services. Finally, I know that there was some interest and discussion at the beginning of this meeting about funding broken out by school and by county. Again, we do have all of that data, and while the meeting was going on, we were able to break it down by county. So speaking just in terms of the ESSER funds that have been allocated to date, so that would be ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and the first 2/3 of ARP ESSER. Combined, that's approximately $59 million that has been allocated to schools so far. And of that, approximately $55.3 million was allocated to schools and students in Clark County. This is reflective of the fact that the majority of our students are located in Clark County. And so the majority of our dollars are being directed to schools and students in Clark County. Additionally, approximately $2.6 million was allocated to schools in Washoe County. And then we have 3 schools located in rural communities, and approximately $1.1 million was allocated to the 3 schools in those rural communities. So with that, I know this was relatively high level. I anticipate you'll have a number of questions, but I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. And again, appreciate the opportunity to share some information today.
Thank you very much. I cannot see, let's see if I can see all of you more. Questions from the committee? Well, while the committee's processing questions, I will ask one. When you talked about salaries and you talked about additional full-time employees or part-time employees, can you tell me what those people are being hired to do?
Thank you, Senator Dondero-Loop. I have, believe it or not, about 3,000 rows of budget data in front of me here in an Excel sheet, so we could certainly provide more details, but generally speaking, we see those as instructional. So whether that is additional teaching staff or interventionists, in some cases, read by grade 3 specialists or reading specialists. In the last year, we've seen some of the funding kind of change in that realm, and so we saw some schools use funding to keep those positions. And then again, we also saw a number of schools invest in social workers, counselors, individuals to support students with social emotional learning, as well as mental health.
And the reason that I ask is because I know that I have heard and read reports that the charter schools were fully staffed. And that's why I asked that question, because if they were fully staffed, are we adding staff, or were they not really fully staffed? And we just heard that.
Rebecca Fiden, for the record, I do know that a number of our schools have had situations where they have had to hire long-term substitutes and things because they have had staffing shortages. I think that is the case across our community. That said, I think in many cases, these were staff to augment, as well as positions that might have otherwise gone away that they were able to keep going into another year. Again, some of these funds have not been expended yet, but I can give, for example, one school in particular hired a paraprofessional to support 1 for every 2 classrooms. They have a really unique plan. Their intention is to have that individual support, or those individuals support with small group instruction, tutoring, And then they actually have built a plan to continue to have those individuals work towards both the educational and licensure requirements needed to become fully certified, in hopes that they can help to address two problems: the short-term need for additional support for students, but also the long-term needs with regard to building our teacher pipeline, which continues to be a challenge.
Okay, and my other question is, while I think I understand what this is, you have a line item for books and periodicals, and then you have a line item for textbooks. Could you give me some further information on that? Because I know that there was a big hullabaloo about not having libraries, and usually books and periodicals are in libraries. So if you could give me some additional information on that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you for the question, Senator Dondero Loop. I am probably going to have to phone a friend to get some additional details on that from our budget team. So if okay, I would appreciate the opportunity to just provide a written response to clarify the difference between those. I'm watching a spreadsheet kind of move in the background and filter out different things, but I want to make sure to give a full and complete answer there.
Sure, fair enough. Is there questions from the committee? I don't want to keep asking questions if somebody else has one. And could you please clarify, just as we have asked the other school districts, how many students, how many schools, and then did you provide summer school?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Rebecca Fiden, again, for the record. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide the data of last summer. And so we, at the end of last school year, we had 67 charter school campuses. And of those, 49 campuses provided summer learning. Give me just a moment and I can get you the number of students as well. Looks like we had a total of just under 6,000 students participate. And again, varied significantly from school to school. And I will also add that of that number, looks like 35 of the campuses use some of their federal funds towards that summer school program.
And how many students in total?
It looks like 5,880 students.
I'm sorry, how many students in total are in charter schools?
At the end of last school year, it was approximately 53,000 students. So this represents just over 10% of our students participating in summer school. I will note that a number of our schools chose to augment their school calendars, either at the end of last year or this year. Some schools, rather than doing summer school, started early this current school year. So wanted teachers to have a break and decided to start this school year early. So there were a variety of ways that potential learning loss was addressed, summer school being one of them.
Okay, any additional questions? And I feel like I have some, but I can wait until I get some of this information and then we can, continue if I need to. I always know that, some of the information we hear is for one reason or another, doesn't coincide with everything. And so I just want to make sure that we have accurate information on this. Will the, because we've mostly been in school, unless they've had some kind of a different system. So will they have summer school this summer?
Thank you for the question. Rebecca Fiden, again, for the record. And again, I apologize. I know that charter schools are a little bit different, and one of the things that's unique is one thing may be true at one school and completely different at another school, and that can make it a little hard to generalize. Again, there were 49 campuses that provided summer school last summer, and of the responses we received, it looks like at least 44 will be providing summer programming again this summer.
Okay, thank you. And as you well know, that back on track bill was important for us. And I personally feel like it's an important piece for us to continue since we're still in the pandemic and we still have record learning loss with students recorded, no matter what school they're in. So just appreciate that information if you can get it to me. Because if 45 campuses are having summer school and we have 67, are those other 20 some campuses, what is happening there? Are they sending kids to other schools? Do they not have enough kids? Did they just say, no, we're not going to do this? Like, how does that roll?
Rebecca Fein, for the record, thank you again for the question. So again, it's unique from school to school, and I know that that's I keep giving that answer, and I know that that's frustrating. In some cases, it's a charter holder that has multiple campuses, and so they may not have run the summer programming at all of those campuses. In other cases, it's a charter holder that opted not to provide summer programming. In some cases, this may be, for example, Nevada State High School has 9 campuses, I believe, currently in our portfolio. Each of them is small, some as small as 50 students. They are primarily they serve 11th and 12th graders through a dual enrollment program. So their program is very unique in terms of how it's structured. And so typically handle students who may be behind or need additional credits through different mechanisms than a summer program. So again, it is unique from school to school, but we'd be happy to provide additional information about how schools are addressing learning loss. I will tell you that that is top of mind for all of our schools and for the authority overall. We've provided through some of our federal grants, not necessarily emergency funding, a number of professional learning opportunities for our school leaders to participate in professional learning about how to address potential learning loss, how to accelerate learning, how to ensure students in classrooms are actively engaged in monitoring their own progress and actively engaged in lessons. So it's top of mind for all of us, regardless of the mechanism by which they're addressing that issue.
Thank you. Yes, I would agree that all schools are unique. All schools in any school district are unique. I mean, we just heard from superintendents that have schools with, 7 kids versus 107 kids. So yes, there are many unique things, but as overseers of federal funding in any form, for any reason, I think it's important that we have that accurate information because we've asked for it from other school districts. So, if they're not providing that, how is that happening? And while I recognize that Nevada State High School is a dual enrollment, how are those kids getting where they're going if they need help and they need summer school help, I guess, is what I'm worried about.
I appreciate the question. Again, Rebecca Fein, for the record, we have been in touch with the Department of Education, provided them with a full listing of the summer school program information that we collected, and would be happy to gather additional information if it would be helpful. I will also say that each of the ESSER grants, our schools established goals. That's part of the grant process, and are monitoring progress to those goals. And so, that's part of the grant process as well, is to monitor the use of funds as well as the outcomes from the use of those funds.
So I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood what you said. So when you said that you've given that information to the Department of Ed, is that what you said?
Sorry, Rebecca Fein, for the record. The Department of Education sent a survey to, I think, all the LEAs, but we received a copy of that survey and were asked to collect some information about all of the school's summer school programming, which we did, and provided that information to the department, which was requested.
Right, and I guess that's where I was going. I was asking for that, and maybe I didn't make myself clear. I was asking for that information from you, as the other school districts provided it, on some level. I mean, I heard everything from we didn't have, we're worried about this year because we don't have enough bus drivers, to somebody else said we may not have enough employees. Everybody addressed it in some way. And I guess I'm asking for that same information.
Thank you, Senator Dondero Loop. Rebecca Fiden again for the record. I apologize. I have that spreadsheet up in front of me and can certainly provide you with more details and summary. I was preparing primarily to speak about the use of funds today, and I apologize. I was not fully prepared to speak on that, though I have the spreadsheet. It's just hard to aggregate on the fly here, but would be happy to provide you with additional details if you'd like.
Okay, that's fine. I guess I thought that was, I thought that was part of your federal funding, that you were using your federal funding for that. So if you're not, then you're absolutely right. We wouldn't need that information unless you're using federal funding, your ESSER or your ARP funding for that. Then I would understand why it wouldn't be included. So thank you. Any additional questions from the committee? Okay, well, I appreciate your presentation, Ms. Fiden. Thank you very much, and thanks for working through my questions with me. I always, it doesn't matter what the entity is, I always feel very strongly that when we oversee that funding, no matter what the school district is or the school, if we are in charge of listening and overseeing that it's important for us to hear all the information. So I appreciate all of the superintendents today taking their time. It has, I know that this has gone on a little longer than we thought, but I think it was really important for us to have this public oversight, and I appreciate your time. And if I don't have any additional questions from the committee, then we will go to our second and last period of public comment on the agenda. Because of time considerations, each person offering that public comment will be limited to 2 minutes. To join the meeting and make public comment, please follow the instructions outlined on the agenda for today's meeting. And broadcasting, if you will open the line.
Madam Chair, before we do that, since we've got
yes.
Give everybody a moment, not a question, more of a comment. The one common theme that I've heard today over and over and over again is the more kids are in school, the better they do. And it seems as though summer school is becoming a hotter topic over and over again. And I just think it's something that not necessarily this committee, but I think we're going to want to know how those dollars impacted summer school and possibly some of the results in the future. But I think as some of the members of this committee move forward in the education world and the legislature in the future, having conversations about a more permanent structure for summer school and or what does our school year really look like? We've heard all day today, the more they're in school, the better they're going to do. So I think that's should be a topic moving forward. And making sure that those dollars actually do help and being able to evaluate that. So thank you very much.
And thank you for that comment. And, as an educator, I couldn't agree more. I think that our kids also need the consistency of it right now. And I know for my own grandchildren, they couldn't have been happier to go to summer school. So they were thriving in it. They were learning a lot. They were doing, not just reading, but science lessons and outdoor activities. So thank you, Assemblywoman. I agree. Thank you. All right. And with that, any additional comments, questions from anyone? Let's go to broadcasting and see if we have any public comment.
To participate in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller, you are unmuted.
This is Casey Rogers for the record. All right, and with that, I'm just calling to tell you first off that when I started this meeting, I could not get the agenda up. I could not find out where to call. When I finally got through, you had given it some time to get for people to speak, And by the time I got through, the broadcaster said that there was nobody on, but I just gotten through. That is a big mistake. I'm going to investigate why that was. I even have evidence that it wasn't up, and take further action. As well as, I just wanted to say, you all laugh and give each other kudos and high fives and everything for what you're doing, and you're failing our kids. Our kids are committing suicide. Our children are not mentally well. You're imprisoning them with masks that are scientifically proven not to work. In fact, when you go in the community, the COVID is still spreading, and we're all masked. So why is that? Failure, failure, failure. This is all about money. It's all a scam. You are all going to be held accountable. You have also done vaccine clinics and everything else and trying to force our families and our children into them. And when it comes out that this is genocide, remember, mark my words, you guys will be held accountable. You do not care about our children and our families and our schools, because if you did, you'd stop the nonsense. And yet you've proven here today that nothing matters more to you than money. Money, money, money. Kill, kill, kill. Imprison, imprison, imprison. The definition of insanity is everything that you are all continuing, and you educated elite and legislators keep allowing it. Unacceptable. Stop it now.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Chair, the public line is open and working, but there are no more callers on the line.
All right, we'll give it just a few minutes to pull up anybody who may be joining us. Broadcasting, do we have anybody on the line?
Chair, the public line is still open and working and no new callers have called in.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, I would just want to once again thank all of our school district people that have joined us today. I appreciate your time, your expertise, all the information you've given us. We have such a variety of locations within our state, and I think it's important to hear all this information. So thank you very much. You will be alerted when the next meeting will be. I do not believe we will be having one until April, but stay tuned. If that changes, we'll let you know in appropriate time so that you can calendar. And with that, I will ask for any additional comments from the committee. And seeing none, I will go ahead and adjourn the meeting of the Interim Finance Committee Subcommittee to advise on the expenditure of federal COVID-19 relief funding. And thank you so much for all your time, and staff and broadcasting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.